Chapter 1104. Chapter 1104, Shocking the Crowd. Foo foo foo. Elder Sun could not help but laugh. If Suzimo had said it casually, he would not have minded. However, when he saw how serious Suzimo was, Elder Sun felt that this was the funniest thing in the world. Desolate Marshal, if you said that 10 years ago, it might have carried some weight. Elder Sun shook his head. However, you've already lost supreme treasures such as the divine phoenix bone and creation green lotus. Do you still want to challenge me across a major cultivation realm? Elder Sun truly could not tell what Suzimo's chances of winning were. Even if that lad's body was still strong, he could kill that lad on the spot as long as he used his essence spirit secret skill. With a calm expression, Suzimo lowered his gaze and glanced at the green-robed young man, saying indifferently, "No one can protect this person. If you insist, I'll kill you as well." That was a blatant threat and warning. Elder Sun's expression darkened and turned sinister in the blink of an eye. "You want to kill me? How?" He had fought countless battles in his life and was also a paragon back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the Dharma characteristic realm. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had never encountered such a situation. A void reversion actually dared to threaten a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. This was practically a fantasy in the cultivation world. In other words, even if there was a 1 in a million chance that Suzimo retained his terrifying combat strength despite his crippled body and could defeat him, given his capabilities, it would still be extremely easy to escape from this place. Elder Sun could not understand how this brazen Tao being Desolate Marshal could claim to be able to kill him. Suzimo merely looked at Elder Sun calmly with a hint of pity in his eyes. Immediately after, Elder Sun noticed that the many cultivators opposite him widened their eyes in shock and fear. What was wrong? What was happening? Elder Sun's heart skipped a beat. He did not sense any danger at all. Suzimo stood opposite him motionlessly and did not attack. What were those cultivators shocked and fearful of? Unknowingly, Night Spirit had already vanished. By the time everyone realized, he was already behind Elder Sun. However, Elder Sun was oblivious. Night Spirit's figure was like a ghost as he stood up slowly from the ground. His body that was not considered burly was half a head taller than Elder Sun, and he revealed a pair of cold, narrow eyes. Pest! When they saw that, the Emperor of Great Shong and the other void reversions gasped and felt their scalps prickle as their hairs stood on end. Nobody noticed where the black-robed man came from. Everything happened in silence. The black-robed man had already arrived behind Elder Sun and was only inches away from him. It was as though he had no breathing, pulse, or aura. Elder Sun did not notice it at all. If everyone present had not witnessed it personally, they would not have believed that there was someone standing behind Elder Sun, let alone Elder Sun himself. Everyone had different auras. Some of them were sharp, some were cold and feminine, while others were elegant and ethereal. However, the black man's aura was void. In other words, the cultivators present could not sense the existence of the black-robed man at all after closing their eyes. Even their spirit consciousnesses could not sense the direction of the black-robed man. That was way too terrifying. The green-robed young man's body trembled slightly as he looked at Night Spirit with a sense of trepidation. He could not help but remind with a quivering voice, Elder Sun, behind you." Behind him? There was someone behind him. Elder Sun was so scared that his heart almost exploded and he was scared out of his wits. Right then, Suzimo waved it off. "Kill him." Poof! Before Elder Sun could do anything, a bloody hole appeared on his head with fresh blood oozing out. The essence spirit in his consciousness had already shattered. Night Spirit retracted his finger with a calm expression. He attacked so quickly that his fingers were not stained with any blood at all. Thump! Elder Sun fell to the ground with his eyes widened in disbelief. Even in death, he did not know who killed him. A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Dragon Tiger sect died on the spot. The entire battlefield fell into complete silence. This scene was way too shocking for everyone. Night Spirit's attack was extremely simple. However, it was much more terrifying than Suzimo's earlier attacks. Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were considered the top existences in the 4 dynasties. Even in the entire cultivation world, they were considered to be powerful. Apart from patriarchs, they were only beneath conjoint bodies. It was said that when one cultivated to the Dharma characteristic realm, they would be able to create heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that could summon the wind and rain, overturn rivers and oceans. They could control the power of heaven and earth and dominate the world. But now, the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Dragon Tiger sect was stabbed to death by a single finger of the black-robed man before he could even release any technique. What was the cultivation of this black-robed man? Which of the cultivators present would dare to resist if even Dharma characteristic Tao Lords could be killed? All the cultivators present were shocked and kept quiet out of fear. Su Zimo nodded to Night Spirit. After more than 100 years, Night Spirit had grown even stronger. Even with his spirit consciousness, he could not sense Night Spirit's existence. However, Night Spirit could not escape from his spirit perception. Others might not be able to sense it, but he could vaguely sense that Night Spirit was probably at the Void Reversion realm as well. However, he did not know about Night Spirit's combat strength. Su Zimo was increasingly curious about Night Spirit. Night Spirit was not human. However, there was no race in the entire demon race that could match Night Spirit in terms of potential. When he recalled the terrifying combat strength Night Spirit displayed in Myriad Phenomenon City, he could vaguely guess that Night Spirit's bloodline was at least on par with the God and Rakshasa race. Su Zimo did not think too much about it. No matter what race Night Spirit was from, they were still brothers. He arrived before the green-robed young man and looked down with a cold gaze. "Desolate Marshal, you better not touch me. You can't afford to offend the person backing me." Instead of begging for mercy, the green-robed young man said fiercely. "The person backing you?" Su Zimo sneered. "You're not a witch. As one of the primordial 9 races, the witch race won't be as weak as you. In other words, your witchcraft techniques were taught by others. The person who taught you probably isn't a true witch either but merely a remnant of the witch race." When he heard that, the green-robed young man's heart skipped a beat. At that point, even without searching the green-robed young man's soul, Su Zimo had already guessed that the Palace Lord of Blood Crow Palace had returned. Extending his palm, Su Zimo grabbed the green-robed young man's essence spirit and said coldly, "Even a true witch won't be able to protect you, let alone a remnant of the witch race." "Desolate Marshal!" The essence spirit of the green-robed young man shrieked, "The witch race is one of the primordial 9 races. If you dare to offend the witch race, you'll be in deep trouble." "Ha ha ha ha." Su Zimo reared his head in laughter. "I, Desolate Marshal, have established my Tao. Now that I'm reborn, there's no one in this world who can threaten me or obstruct my Tao. Not the witch race nor the primordial 9 races." Poof! He channeled strength into his palm and killed the green-robed young man without any interest in soul-searching even. Chapter 1105, The Rainfall of Heaven. Chapter 1105, The Rainfall of Heaven. With the death of the green-robed young man, the faces of the Emperor of Great Shang and the others were ashen as though they had lost their parents. They were all implanted with GU worms, and now that the green-robed young man was dead, they would not live for long either. They had seen cultivators who were tortured to death by GU worms with their own eyes. It was truly excruciating. They did not even have the chance to escape with their essence spirit. "Didao being Desolate Marshal, please show mercy and save us as well." The emperors of Great Shang and Great Yu pleaded with bitter, pitiful expressions. Dignity meant nothing as long as they could survive. Su Zimo turned slightly and looked at Xiaoning. He was helpless against GU worms as well. Pondering for a moment, Xiaoning said, "I can save you guys as well. However, all of you have to make a vow to be loyal and serve the current Empress of Great Ju." Su Zimo's eyes lit up when he heard that. The reason why he did not kill more than 200 nascent souls and the remaining void reversions was because he wanted to keep them as Ji Yaoshua's helpers. Su Zimo and Xiaoning exchanged glances and smiled. Although they had not seen each other for 100 years, the siblings were still telepathic. Although Ji Yaoshua did not say anything, her heart was filled with warmth. Sure. All the cultivators agreed without hesitation. They closed in and swore a Tao oath of lifetime loyalty to Ji Yaoshua in front of everyone. If they reneged on it, they would die on the spot. The three dynasties had almost sent out all of their forces to arrive here. But now, half of their forces had died here and the other half had submitted to Ji Yaoxue. This meant that Ji Yaoxue could devour the other three dynasties and establish a new empire with this power, right? Ji Yaoxue's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly recalled something with a grim expression. Something might have happened to Ethereal Peak. His back. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he said in a deep voice, "The calamity of the Jiyu worms as well as the attack on Great Ju is him taking revenge." Him? Ji Yaoxue was stunned. Su Zimo replied, "The former palace lord of Blood Crow Palace." Ji Yaoxue opened her mouth slightly in realization. She knew about the battle at Ethereal Peak as well. If the Azura Yang Beichen had not arrived, Ethereal Peak might have been destroyed. It was also after that battle when the old Immortal Crane entered the Dharma characteristic realm that the Patriarch of Great Ju decided to befriend Ethereal Peak and go against everyone's wishes to let Ji Yaoxue take over the position of the Empress. Su Zimo said, "Back then, the Palace Lord's body was destroyed by Brother Yang but his essence spirit escaped far away. To think that he would make a comeback so quickly." At the side, with the help of Xiaoning's elixir, the Jiyu worms in the body of the Emperor of Great Shang had already been expelled and burned to ashes. The Emperor of Great Shang was eager to curry favor and hurried over. He pointed to the green-robed young man's corpse and said, "His master is an elder of Jiyu sect. His Dao title is Lone Soul." The Jiyu worm calamity of the North region this time round was done by Dao being Lone Soul. Right, I heard that Dao being Lone Soul knows the cultivation techniques of the witch race and has already led his men to attack Ethereal Peak. The title Dao being Lone Soul meant that the Palace Lord was still at the Void Reversion realm after more than 100 years. Of course, for Void Reversions, more than 100 years passed in the blink of an eye and it was normal for their cultivation to not improve at all. An existence like Su Zimo was extremely rare after all. Furthermore, the Palace Lord only had his essence spirit left. If he were to assimilate a Jiyu master whose body had a low compatibility rate with his essence spirit, it would be difficult for his cultivation to advance in the future. Su Zimo frowned and asked, "Apart from him, who else is attacking Ethereal Peak?" "Most of them are cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect." By then, the Emperor of Great Yu had already gotten rid of the threat of the Jiyu worm as well. He hurried over and said, "I heard that Dragon Tiger sect sent out 5 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords and hundreds of Void Reversions. As one of the 10 upper sects of the North region, Dragon Tiger sect was extremely powerful. Although it was far inferior to super sects such as the 9 Immortal sects, it was not something that Ethereal Peak could contend against." Su Zimo's expression was cold and killing intent surged in his eyes. There was something else strange about this. He shifted his gaze and asked coldly, "Given Dao being Lone Soul's cultivation, identity and status, it's unlikely for him to be able to mobilize Dragon Tiger sect, right?" Jiyu sect was one of the 5 heretical doctrines. However, it had been a long time since a successor appeared and they were ranked last among the 5 heretical doctrines. As a Void Reversion Jiyu master, how could Dao being Lone Soul manage to mobilize Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect? I'm not sure. With an embarrassed expression, the Emperor of Great Yu said, "However, it seems like there's an even nobler existence supporting Dao being Lone Soul." Suddenly, the Emperor of Great Shang said, "That person's eyes are dark green and extremely strained. I merely exchanged glances with him and felt as though my soul was about to disperse." Dark green eyes. Su Zimo's heart stirred. Night Spirit walked over and said softly, "It's someone from the witch race. The primordial 9 races." It was no wonder why Dao being Lone Soul could get Dragon Tiger sect to help. It was no wonder why Dragon Tiger sect was fearless and dared to take part in the fight between the 4 dynasties. It turned out that they had the backing of the witch race of the primordial 9 races. Am I going to meet with the primordial 9 races again so soon? Su Zimo's tone was cold. At the mention of the witch race, killing intent flashed through the depths of Night Spirit's eyes as well. "I've got to get to Ethereal Peak," Su Zimo informed Ji Yaoxue. The Emperor of Great Shang and the others had already submitted to Ji Yaoxue, so she was safe. Right now, Ethereal Peak was the most important. "I'll be fine. Hurry and go on." Be careful. Ji Yaoshue nodded. Just as Su Zimo was about to move, he frowned and asked Xiaoning, "What about the black blood Jiyu on the tens of millions of citizens in the capital of Great Ju?" "There's nothing much I can do either." Xiaoning shook her head. "We can only dissolve the 7 treasures blood transformation pill into water and distribute the spirit water as much as possible." This was an extremely massive project. It was almost impossible for tens of millions of citizens to be able to drink the spirit water of the 7 treasures blood transformation pill. Furthermore, the longer things dragged on, the more citizens would die because of the black blood Gu. At that moment, Su Zimo leaped into the air and looked down. He could see that citizens were beginning to die in the capital and it was quite chaotic. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Give me a 7 treasures blood transformation pill." Xiaoning handed a pill over. With a wave of his hand, Su Zimo gathered dharmic powers and absorbed the waters of Jishire River that surrounded the capital endlessly, infusing the 7 treasure blood transformation pill within. Su Zimo waved his sleeves and scattered the river water in the skies, forming a torrential downpour that enveloped the entire capital. In various parts of the capital, some people who were poisoned by Gu worms started to recover when they came into contact with the rainwater. Some people who were on the brink of death showed signs of revival. Gradually, countless citizens rushed out of their homes and drank the rain with excited expressions. "It's the rain of heaven. The heavens have blessed us with rain. The heavens have eyes and sent down such an immortal rain to bless our great Ju and ensure our safety." Countless citizens knelt and cried loudly. Chapter 1106, Return. Chapter 1106, Return. Manipulation of weather. In the eyes of mortals, this was an immortal technique. Furthermore, the rainwater could even revive the dead. In the hearts of mortals, this was a miracle. Looking at the many mortals kneeling beneath him with pious expressions, Su Zimo felt emotional. Unknowingly, more than 100 years had passed and the young man who was no different from mortals in Pingyang town had already reached this stage. Of course, given Su Zimo's cultivation realm, it was already his limit to be able to summon rain that could cover the entire capital of Great Ju. The heavy rain lasted for 15 minutes before stopping. He returned to Xiaoning's side. "I have to head to Ethereal Peak right now. I'll have to rely on you to deal with the Gu worms in other parts of the North region." Xiaoning nodded heavily. "Brother, don't worry. I'm in the capital right now. Even if I don't sleep or rest, I want to refine enough 7 treasure blood transformation pills." The 7 treasures blood transformation pill was a grade 5 elixir. Although there were many elixir refinement masters in the 4 dynasties, none of them could refine level 5 elixirs. The 7 treasures blood transformation pill could only be refined by Xiaoning and no one could help her. This was a difficult and massive project. Ji Yaoshue made the arrangements quickly and said in a deep voice, "The moment Xiaoning refines any 7 treasures blood transformation pills, I'll send my cultivators to various places to send rain showers. I'll do my best to save as many as I can." "Alright, I'll leave this place to you guys." Su Zimo did not linger and turned to leave. The situation at Ethereal Peak was bad and he had to hurry over. "First, I'll go with you." Night Spirit followed him. Although the former did not say much, Su Zimo felt a sense of pride. If it was just the Dragon Tiger sect, he would be fearless as well. However, the witch race of the primordial 9 races was behind the Gu worm disaster this time round. Su Zimo was not entirely certain if he could save Ethereal Peak after returning. However, with Night Spirit's help, they would have nothing to fear even if the primordial 9 races appeared in full force, let alone the witch race. "First, it's been many years since we last met. How's your speed now?" Night Spirit revealed a rare smile and was eager to try. He knew that Su Zimo was in a hurry and that was the reason why he proposed to rush to Ethereal Peak. "Do you want to compete?" Su Zimo burst into laughter. His heart warmed but he did not point out Night Spirit's intentions. Countless lightning snakes coiled around his body and a pair of gigantic wings of dharmic powers grew from his back. "Come on." The moment he said that, 2 figures disappeared from the spot with a bang, turning into 2 streaks of light that disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. It was too fast. The crowd was speechless. Their movement techniques were probably even faster than Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Ethereal Peak. The originally lush forest was now dyed red. Corpses of cultivators could be seen everywhere. Up till now, Ethereal Peak had already given it their all for this battle. The remaining Ethereal Peak cultivators had already retreated to the main peak of Ethereal Peak and were using the sect's final defensive formation to defend. The defensive formation was led by Sect Master Ling Yun and the other Void Reversions and formed a shimmering barrier around the main peak. At that moment, the light on the barrier had already dimmed significantly. If one focused their attention, they would see that there were already faint cracks on the barrier. Around the light barrier, more than 100 Void Reversions of the Dragon Tiger sect were unleashing waves of attacks. Bang! 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 Many dharmic arts and spirit weapons collided against the light barrier, causing ripples. Chi waves surged and dharmic powers splattered everywhere. Shouts and curses could be heard one after another. In the main peak, many Chi refinement warriors, foundation establishment cultivators, golden cores and nascent souls of Ethereal Peak could only watch helplessly. There were worries, fears, and sorrows. Some cultivators with lower cultivation realms could not withstand the pressure and sobbed softly. The sound of every single collision caused their bodies to tremble. Most golden cores and nascent souls had never even seen such a grand formation in their lives, let alone Chi refinement warriors and foundation establishment cultivators who were at the bottom of the sec. Everyone knew that as long as the formation was destroyed, all of them would be meat on the chopping block. Sect Master Ling Yun and the other Void Reversions who were in charge of the formation had ugly expressions. A streak of blood appeared at the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. They were at their limits. His gaze landed on the battlefield outside the formation. On another battlefield, Dragon Tiger sect's 5 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were attacking a crane and a golden-haired girl. The 5 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were either at late stage or perfected Dharma characteristic realm. However, the crane was only at early stage Dharma characteristic realm. The golden-haired girl beside her had an even lower cultivation realm. She was only at the early stage Void Reversion realm. Furthermore, the girl seemed to have just entered the Void Reversion realm and her aura was still unstable. Against the combined attacks of the 5 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect, the crane and the golden-haired girl managed to defend against wave after wave of attacks and entered a stalemate. The crane had a massive body and relied on the innate divine powers of the demon race to move nimbly and engage 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect. The golden-haired girl was even more powerful. Although she had just entered the Void Reversion realm, her blood chi surged and golden light filled the air as she single-handedly took on 3 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of the Dragon Tiger sect. The girl was extremely beautiful and had exquisite features. Although she looked petite and weak, every single move she made was filled with immense power. If not for the fact that the crane and the golden-haired girl were able to defend against the 5 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect, Ethereal Peak's formation would have shattered if even a single Dharma characteristic Tao Lord attack. That gigantic crane was Ethereal Peak's divine beast guardian. As for the golden-haired girl, she was Nyan Chi, Su Zimo's former maidservant. Even though it was difficult to determine who was stronger on the battlefield, Ling Yun's eyes were filled with endless worry. Instinctively, his gaze landed on a dark green cloud outside the battlefield. There were 3 people standing on that cloud. One of them was the former Palace Lord of Blood Crow Palace who was now reincarnated as a GU Master, Dao being Lone Soul. His return was also the reason for the calamity Ethereal Peak was facing this time round. If it was only Dao being Lone Soul, there was nothing to fear. What truly made Ling Yun's heart skip a beat were the other 2 people beside Dao being Lone Soul, a young man and an old man. The young man wore a dark green robe and his black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were dark green and were far deeper than Dao being Lone Soul. The young man was only at the Void Reversion realm. However, Dao being Lone Soul was respectful towards the young man. He stood beside the young man and lowered his hands with a humble expression, occasionally pointing at Ethereal Peak and saying something. The young man looked excited as though he was watching a show. An old man stood behind the young man. His face was filled with wrinkles and his eyes were blind. It was a pair of holes and one could not tell his cultivation realm. Ling Yun had a feeling that those two were the truly troublesome ones. Chapter 1107 Young Master of the Witch Race. Chapter 1107 Young Master of the Witch Race. The Witch Race was one of the primordial 9 races. In the primordial era, they dominated Tianhuang mainland and enslaved the 10,000 races. As the young master of the Witch Race, Wu Li naturally had a noble status and was respected by all races. Unfortunately, he could not experience the honor as the young master of the Witch Race back in the Ghost Curse Tomb. As such, he felt extremely frustrated. The Ghost Curse Tomb was one of the 9 forbidden grounds of Tianhuang mainland. Apart from the people of the 9 races, any other race that entered would be mercilessly killed by the witches. It might seem like something extraordinary, but to Wu Li, it was extremely boring to be stuck in the Ghost Curse Tomb all day. It was like a well. The Tianhuang mainland outside was the vast sky. Everyone around him was from the Witch Race. He could not sense the thrill of looking down on Tianhuang mainland that was described in the ancient books when the Witch Race enslaved the 10,000 races. He could not experience the reverence and respect from the 10,000 races received by someone standing at the top. The witches were immersed in the glory of the past and Wu Li was rather disdainful. It was a fact that they were defeated in the ancient war. The reason why the Witch Race resided in the Ghost Curse Tomb was because they were defeated in the past. That was nothing. At most, he would take back everything that they had lost in this era. This was not the only time Wu Li had this thought. He had the qualifications and potential. He was the young master of the Witch Race, the number 1 of the younger generation. He wanted to head out several times but was stopped by the seniors of the Witch Race. Finally, he had a chance. About 10 years ago, a person appeared in the Ghost Curse Tomb. He was a remnant of the Witch Race and was almost killed by them. It was Dao being Lone Soul who was beside him. It was that person who made him realize that the decline of the human race in Tianhuang mainland was imminent. Finally, under his persistence, he left the Witch Race with Dao being Lone Soul. Uncle Lan, who had taken care of him for many years, was worried and followed them. To Wu Li, Uncle Lan was way too cautious. Although he was at the Void Reversion Realm, with his combat strength, he could easily kill Dharma-characteristic Dao Lords across major cultivation realms. Even against conjoint body mighty figures, he could escape with his many trump cards. There was no danger at all after leaving the Ghost Curse Tomb. Furthermore, according to Dao being Lone Soul, there were no conjoint body mighty figures among the 4 dynasties of the North region. After preparing for 10 years, the 3 of them left the Ghost Curse Tomb. It was similar to what Dao being Lone Soul said, the humans of the 4 dynasties were way too weak. A single tiny GU worm could kill many humans. Wu Li finally felt the thrill of looking down on the masses and controlling life and death. Under his orders, Dao being Lone Soul released GU worms continuously to wreak havoc in the North region. He was extremely excited when he saw countless humans struggling and screaming. Thereafter, the 3 of them visited Dragon Tiger sect personally. Just as Dao being Lone Soul had expected, although the Dragon Tiger sect was a human cultivation sect, they did not dare to disobey after knowing their identities. They were provided with many cultivators of the sect to control. Of course, there were also cultivators who objected during this period of time and were killed by him with ease. Recalling the Dharma-characteristic Dao Lord that died in his hands, Wu Li could not help but reveal a cruel smile. It was way too awesome. It was a path of killing and bloodshed. Wu Li was truly puzzled. How did weak, cowardly cultivators from such a lesser race win the ancient war? He looked at Ethereal Peak not far away and smirked coldly. This battle had already lasted for half a day. He did not attack the entire time and merely watched coldly from the sidelines. He was relishing this sensation. The cultivators on the main peak of Ethereal Peak were like ants, trembling in fear and struggling to survive under his gaze. The more fearful the group of cultivators were, the more excited he was. It was like a cat catching a mouse. If the mouse was bitten to death instantly, there would be no more fun. Of course, the battlefield was not entirely filled with ants. Interesting. Sticking out his tongue, Wu Li licked his lips and looked at the golden-haired girl on the battlefield with a lustful glint in his eyes. To think that I would meet a girl with the bloodline of the god race here. This girl's god race bloodline is impure and she's only a remnant of the god race. The blind old man behind Wu Li whispered. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wu Li smacked his lips. Look at that figure, that small waist and that appearance. It's truly perfect. No wonder everyone says that the god race is filled with handsome men and beautiful women. The ancients did not lie at all. This young lady from the god race has an impure bloodline and yet, she's so beautiful. Even I'm tempted. How could Dao being lone soul not understand Wu Li's intentions when he heard that? He said hurriedly, that girl is merely a remnant of the god race and is the maidservant of Ethereal Peak's disciple, Su Zimo. You can definitely take her away, young master. Yes. Wu Li nodded. Looking at the golden-haired girl who was still fighting on the battlefield, Wu Li pursed his lips and a hint of impatience appeared in his eyes as he sighed gently. It's about time. Dao being lone soul's eyes lit up. This meant that Wu Li was about to strike personally. That's enough. Wu Li rose as though there was no gravity and floated slowly to the outskirts of the battlefield. He said indifferently, it's not an easy task that you guys were able to fight and last till now. Before he finished his sentence, he extended his finger and tapped gently in the direction of the crane. Initially, the old immortal crane used her innate divine powers and agile movement techniques to weave through the air. Even two Dharma characteristic Dao Lords could not restrain her. All of a sudden, right after Wu Li extended his finger, a dark green rope appeared strangely on her body. Ah! The old immortal crane lamented. The dark green rope had a strong corrosive power that ate away her wings instantly and dug into her flesh. The old immortal crane could sense that her body was about to be torn apart by the rope. She had never seen such a method before and it was extremely strange. Even her innate divine power could not dodge it. The eyes of the two Dharma characteristic Dao Lords lit up as they released Dharmic arts and struck the old immortal crane. Bang! Countless feathers fell. The old immortal crane's body collided heavily against the light barrier formed by Ethereal Peak's sect protection formation. Snap! The barrier shattered. Sect Master Ling Yun and the other void reversions shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood, looking dispirited instantly. The old immortal crane tried her best to maintain her consciousness and transformed into her human form, falling into the crowd so that she did not injure the sect disciples. However, she was first struck by witchcraft and then struck by two Dharmic arts head-on. She was severely injured and could no longer fight. If not for the fact that demons had strong physiques, she would have died. Master! Nian Qi exclaimed when she saw that. The moment she was distracted, her situation turned extremely dangerous and she was almost struck by the few Dharma characteristic Dao Lord. Give up, lest you suffer. Wu Li walked towards Nian Qi slowly and extended his palm, enveloping her with a sinister smile. There's no need to struggle. It's all futile. Chapter 1108 Spirit Vanquishing Whip. Chapter 1108 Spirit Vanquishing Whip. Scram! When she saw the young master of the witch race charging over, Nian Qi's expression was cold as she hollered and pushed her bloodline to its limit. Boom! With a loud bang, Nian Qi's figure suddenly vanished. A tall and majestic pyramid appeared where she initially stood. It was ancient and mysterious, emitting golden rays of light with an unrestrained might. There were countless living beings that prostrated at the bottom of the pyramid. There were at least hundreds of millions of them and there was no end in sight. Every single living being knelt on the ground with their palms pressed together and looked up at the pyramid that hung above their heads, chanting prayers with pious expressions. Golden threads condensed above the heads of those living beings endlessly and converged at the top of the pyramid. Standing there, Nian Qi's golden hair danced and her eyes were deep as her aura rose continuously. A ball of dark green light revolved around Wu Li's palm and he retracted it the moment he touched the pyramid. Pest! In pain, Wu Li frowned slightly and flung his palm. God's jurisdiction. As the young master of the witch race, he naturally knew that this was a phenomenon of the god race's bloodline. The bloodline of the god race was terrifying and almost every god race being could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon at a certain age. However, the girl in front of him had an impure bloodline and was merely a remnant of the god race. How could she cultivate God's jurisdiction? Furthermore, The aura of this god's jurisdiction was not inferior to a true god race being. Although the witch race was one of the primordial 9 races, their bloodline power was far inferior to the god race. The witch race was not good at melee combat. Wu Li sneered and retreated. The many witchcraft and curse techniques of the witch race were superior in that they were treacherous and impossible to defend against. You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's see how long you can last. Wu Li conjured hand seals with both hands and chanted a series of strange words before shouting softly, skeleton mantra, woo-hoo-hoo. The moment the curse descended, 8 dark green skulls appeared beside Nian Qi and turned into beams of dark light that charged towards the god's jurisdiction. Back then, the green-robed young man who died in Su Zimo's hands could only form a single skull. As for young Master Wu Li, he could release 8 of them instantly. That was the difference between them. When cultivated to its limit, this curse technique could release 9 skulls. If not for the protection of the god's jurisdiction, the 9 skulls would have been able to devour a cultivator's flesh with a few breaths. The god's jurisdiction shook continuously. Under the gnawing of the skulls, cracks appeared on the pyramid and it was about to collapse. Nian Qi's face had already turned paler. Everyone from Ethereal Peak had grim expressions when they saw that. The destruction of the formation on the main peak was akin to adding fuel to the fire. All the disciples of Ethereal Peak were exposed to the killing power of more than 100 void reversions from Dragon Tiger Sec. Right then, a howl sounded. It was as loud as the clouds and contained an endless might that boomed like thunder. The old immortal crane shuddered. That howl seemed familiar. A bright glint shone in Nian Qi's eyes. Before the howl ended, another howl followed. It was sharp and ear-piercing, like metal colliding. When the howl sounded, it was far away. By the time the cultivators glanced over instinctively, they could already see 2 figures rushing over. They came at lightning speed and were practically side by side. The person on the left wore green robes and his black hair danced in the wind. He had a cold expression and his eyes seemed to be burning with 2 balls of flames as his entire body shone with dazzling electric arcs. Zimo. The old immortal crane shuddered and her eyes shone with joy as she said softly, Zimo is back. Who is Zimo? Apart from some elders of Ethereal Peak, most of the cultivators had never seen Su Zimo before. Sect Master Ling Yun was delighted as well. That's Su Zimo who's currently known as Dao being Desolate Marshal. Ah. Desolate Marshal established his Dao. That's him. A series of exclamations came from the crowd. For the group of cultivators, they were more familiar with the Dao title Desolate Marshal. Who's that black-robed man beside him? A cultivator asked. Beside Su Zimo, there was a black-robed man traveling shoulder to shoulder with him. Their speeds were on par. The first howl came from Su Zimo. The second howl should have come from the black-robed man. The black-robed man had a sharp face and a cold expression. His eyes were as deep as the sea and there was nothing special about him at first glance. However, anyone with sharp eyes would be able to tell that every single move of the black-robed man seemed to have been accurately measured. He is. The old immortal crane looked lost as well. For some reason, the black-robed man gave her a familiar feeling. However, she knew that she had never seen him before. Among all the cultivators present, Nian Qi was the only one who had seen Night Spirit take on human form in Myriad Phenomenon City. It was natural that no one else could recognize him. One of the void reversions of Ethereal Peak sighed gently. Desolate Marshal is truly righteous to be able to stand out at such a critical juncture. Unfortunately, he's only at the void reversion realm. The void reversion did not continue, but everyone could tell what he meant. Given the current situation, even a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord would be useless, let alone a void reversion. Sect Master Ling Yun said in a deep voice, you guys don't understand. Zimo is the #1 monster incarnate in history and is invincible among his peers. However, I heard that 10 years ago, Dao being Desolate Marshal's body was crippled by a half-martial ancestor and all his trump cards were gone. He's probably not even comparable to an ordinary void reversion right now. A sigh sounded from the crowd. Sect Master Ling Yun's expression darkened as well as he forced a smile. No matter what, one more person means that we'll have more strength. The old immortal crane nodded as well and made a decision. When Zimo arrives, we'll break out of the encirclement with all our might. We'll try our best to escape. It's you. Dao being lone soul recognized Su Zimo and his expression turned excited instantly. He directed the void reversions of Dragon Tiger sect and shouted, "The 10 of you, stop those two. Kill that black-robed man on the spot." After pausing for a moment, Dao being lone soul laughed sinisterly. "I want this green-robed man alive." From afar, Su Zimo was already burning with rage and killing intent when he caught sight of the blood-stained ethereal peak. When he was close, he did not have any intention of testing the waters or holding back. He channeled a mental technique and touched his glabella with his finger, opening up his spirit consciousness. Right after, in front of everyone, Su Zimo pulled out a whip that was dozens of feet long from his consciousness. It was a whip made entirely of countless lightning bolts. Dazzling electric arcs coiled around it and let out a series of crackling sounds. Around the whip, electric snakes danced and the entire void trembled. Spirit Vanquishing Whip. The Essence Spirit secret skill of the Great Void Spirit Refinement section. The reason why Zephyr Thunder Palace spared no effort and was willing to use a titular disciple to kill Su Zimo and retrieve the Purple Thunder Manual was because they would be able to obtain the Essence Spirit secret skill after fusing 2 cultivation technique. This was also the Essence Spirit secret skill of the Thunder Emperor that dominated the world back then. One could imagine how powerful it was. Chapter 1109 Soul Dispersion. Chapter 1109 Soul Dispersion. Standing in midair, Su Zimo was surrounded by the power of thunder. He was like a thunder god that looked down on the masses from the clouds. Waving his whip, he whipped a void reversion. Piak. The void reversion paused and his eyes dimmed. Suddenly, he fell from midair and his life force dissipated. He was dead. The spirit vanquishing whip danced and whipped towards another void reversion. The void reversion released a dharmic art right away and charged forward. Piak. A crisp sound was heard when the spirit vanquishing whip collided with the dharmic art. The void reversion shuddered and fell as well. Before he could land on the ground, the void reversion had already died. The spirit vanquishing whip danced and whipped towards another void reversion. The void reversion did not dare to be careless and hurriedly took out dharmic weapons, protection talismans, and other treasures to protect himself. Piak. The spirit vanquishing whip landed on that person's defensive dharmic weapon. That person's head tilted and he fell from midair as well. Although there were no injuries on his body, his essence spirit was destroyed and his soul was dispersed. The spirit vanquishing whip specialized in attacking essence spirit. If one's essence spirit cultivation was not high enough, there was only a single outcome if they were struck by the spirit vanquishing whip: they would be reduced to ashes. Be it dharmic arts or ordinary defensive dharmic weapons, none of them could defend against the spirit vanquishing whip. That was the terror of the spirit vanquishing whip. Furthermore, compared to other essence spirit secret skills, the spirit vanquishing whip was much more agile in Su Zimo's hands and could be used as he wished. This scene caused an uproar. Nobody expected that 3 void reversions would die in the blink of an eye. They could not even get close to Su Zimo, let alone capture him alive. Dao being lone soul gulped and looked at the lightning whip in Su Zimo's hands with lingering fear. The moment he saw Su Zimo, his adrenaline surged and he almost attacked personally. Now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that he did not step forward. If he was struck by that whip, his essence spirit would not even have the chance to leave his body and his soul would be destroyed on the spot. The ethereal peak cultivators were stunned. Wasn't it said that Dao being desolate Marshall's combat strength was greatly reduced after his body was destroyed and he had fallen from grace to become a commoner? What was going on? The crowd was dumbfounded. Although everyone was confused, no matter what, it was a good thing. Dao being desolate Marshall is so strong. I hope that the black-robed man who came with him won't be a burden to him. Some cultivators whispered worriedly. Hey! Right then, another cultivator exclaimed softly with a lost expression and asked instinctively, "Strange, why is that black-robed man missing?" It was only then that the group of cultivators realized that the black-robed man who was initially standing shoulder to shoulder with Suzimo had vanished into thin air. Nobody saw where he went. Even the old immortal crane did not notice how the black-robed man disappeared. She was merely distracted for a moment, and it seemed as though Suzimo was the only one left on the battlefield. However, the old immortal crane was a Dharma characteristic expert after all. Furthermore, she was a demon and had sharp senses. Although her spirit consciousness could not sense the existence of the black-robed man, she could vaguely sense that he was still on the battlefield. At that moment, of the 10 void reversions that charged forward, 3 were killed by the spirit vanquishing whip and 7 were left. All of a sudden, a blurry black shadow appeared between 2 void reversions. All the cultivators were fixated on the battlefield and exclaimed when they saw that. Before they could finish their exclamations, the blurry black figure disappeared once more. The heads of the 2 void reversions were crushed and their essence spirits were destroyed. Their headless corpses fell from midair and died on the spot. It was too fast. Even with countless eyes watching the battlefield, no one could see how Night Spirit attacked. All of you, die. Suzimo swung the spirit vanquishing whip repeatedly in midair. Piak. Piak, piak. Every time the spirit vanquishing whip sounded, a void reversion would definitely fall from midair and his soul would dissipate along with his body. It was way too scary. Void reversion Tao beings could not defend against the spirit vanquishing whip at all. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 10 void reversions that charged forward were killed by Night Spirit and the remaining 8 had their essence spirits destroyed by the spirit vanquishing whip. Although there were more than 90 void reversions left in the Dragon Tiger sect and they had the advantage in numbers, their faces were filled with fear. No one dared to advance recklessly. Up till this point of their cultivation, they had never seen such domineering method. No matter who it was that rushed forward with dharmic arts or weapons, they died on the spot if they were struck by the spirit vanquishing whip. It's an essence spirit secret skill. A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Dragon Tiger sect recognized the nature of the spirit vanquishing whip with his discerning eyes. After Wu Li attacked, the 5 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect wanted to take a breather and consume elixirs to rest. To think that 10 void reversions of the sect would die in the blink of an eye. They could only step forward. 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords flashed and pounced towards Suzimo. Everyone from Ethereal Peak felt their hearts skip a beat. Killing a void reversion was one thing, but facing a Dharma characteristic was another. At that moment, the cultivators had even forgotten about the old immortal crane's previous decision and did not take the opportunity to escape. Instead, they looked at the battlefield instinctively. Suzimo's gaze was cold as he swung the spirit vanquishing whip and whipped it viciously. Essence spirit secret skill. A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord roared and released his essence spirit secret skill at the same time. His spirit consciousness condensed and smashed forward viciously. Bang! The 2 essence spirit secret skills collided with a loud bang. Ah! The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord shuddered and cried out in pain. Suzimo's spirit consciousness was already comparable to Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Coupled with the essence spirit secret skill of the Thunder Emperor, the lethality was shocking. Although the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord did not die, there was a burnt mark on his essence spirit. His essence spirit was injured. Of course, under the impact of the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's essence spirit secret skill, the light of the spirit vanquishing whip dimmed and many lightning arcs dissipated. Another Dharma characteristic Tao Lord noticed that the situation was bad and immediately activated his essence spirit secret skill. The spirit vanquishing whip trembled. Boom! 2 essence spirit secret skills collided. The second Dharma characteristic Tao Lord let out a tragic cry as well. A scar appeared on his essence spirit as though it was whipped by a whip. The spirit vanquishing whip only truly dissipated after the impact of 2 essence spirit secret skills from 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. The 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords suffered injuries on their essence spirits that might never be able to recover in the future. Both of them glared at Suzimo fiercely and channeled all their anger towards him, wanting nothing more than to tear him into pieces. Desolate Marshal, I don't care who's backing you. A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord said sternly, "I'm going to grind your bones into dust right now." Dragon Tiger sect cultivators cultivated the Dragon Tiger Sutra and had strong physiques and shocking bloodlines. They were good at melee combat. The two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords flashed and charged towards Su Zimo with torrential killing intent. "You guys think you can kill me?" When the spirit vanquishing whip dissipated, Su Zimo's dharmic powers were boiling. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, two balls of flames burned, as though they wanted to incinerate all living beings. Chapter 11:10 Reduced to Ashes. Chapter 11:10 Reduced to Ashes. Swoosh. Su Zimo conjured a dharmic art and 3 balls of flames of different colors appeared around him. Red, Immortal Tao Fire. Golden, Buddhist Tao Fire. Black, Fiend Tao Fire. Su Zimo willed. The 3 balls of flames collided rapidly and turned into a tri-colored flame, forming the most terrifying dharmic art in the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra, Samadhi Tao Fire. Back when extreme fire was at the Void Reversion realm, he relied on the Samadhi Tao Fire to dominate his peers and was almost invincible. However, the Samadhi Tao Fire was even more powerful in Su Zimo's hand. The expressions of the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords that charged forward changed when they sensed the temperature of the tri-colored flame. Initially, the two of them did not take the dharmic art of a void reversion seriously. In their minds, the dharmic art of a void reversion could be easily defeated with their bodies and blood chi. However, when the tri-colored flame was formed, both of them felt their hearts skip a beat. It was extremely dangerous. That flame could definitely threaten their lives. A thin layer of sweat appeared on their faces after the Samadhi Tao Fire descended. The two of them did not dare to be careless and retracted their contempt. Immediately, they summoned their defensive dharmic weapons. At the same time, they conjured dharmic arts and conjured dharmic barriers to defend themselves. "Burn it." Su Zimo pointed forward with a murderous aura. The Samadhi Tao Fire charged towards the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. When he saw that the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were using dharmic arts and dharmic weapons to defend as well, a ruthless glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as his consciousness opened up. Another red beam tore through the air and entered the Samadhi Tao Fire instantly. This was the Essence Spirit Tao Fire. Initially, Su Zimo had no intention of releasing his Essence Spirit Tao Fire. Although the Spirit Vanquishing Whip was powerful, it had a clear toll on his Essence Spirit as well. After releasing his Essence Spirit Tao Fire, his Essence Spirit would become considerably weaker. However, seeing that the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were on high alert and were using their trump cards, the Samadhi Tao Fire alone might not be able to burn them to death. After all, there was a major cultivation realm difference between them. That was the reason why he was determined to kill the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords on the spot at all cost. Although it was only a single Essence Spirit Tao Fire, it was able to fuse into the Samadhi Tao Fire and form a Kacharadi Tao Fire. This was another transformation. Its power had more than doubled. Back in the Tao inheritance ground, Su Zimo had relied on his Kacharadi Tao Fire to gain the upper hand and almost burned Di Yin to death. The Kacharadi Tao Fire descended. There was even a strange silence on the battlefield. The blind old man who was initially standing far away was shocked as well. Suddenly, he turned around and the sockets on his face glared in Su Zimo's direction. Even he felt his heart skip a beat, let alone the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of the human race. How was that possible? How could a human cultivator at the Void Reversion realm release such a terrifying dharmic art? When the Kacharadi Tao Fire was formed, the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were shocked and it was too late for them to dodge. Flames burst into the skies and engulfed both of them in the blink of an eye, forming two gigantic human-shaped fireballs. Their dharmic arts were instantly burned into nothingness in the face of the Kacharadi Tao Fire without creating any impact. Ah! The two of them opened their mouths and let out a tragic cry. But soon, the screaming stopped. Under the gazes of the crowd, the mouths and noses of the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords spewed flames that were terrifying. In the blink of an eye, their flesh and blood were burned to ashes. Back then, even Di Yin's body could not withstand the Kacharadi Tao Fire. Although the two of them were Dharma-characteristic Tao Lords, their physiques and bloodlines were way inferior compared to Di Yin, who was at the Void Reversion realm. Furthermore, after 10 years, Su Zimo's cultivation had improved and the might of his Kacharadi Dao fire had increased as well. Not to mention their flesh and blood, even their Dao Lord Dharmic weapons were burned red by the flames of the Kacharadi Dao fire. In just 2 or 3 breaths, they had already begun to melt, forming a torrential red molten metal that dripped down from midair. The only thing left in midair was the boiling molten metal. In just 3 breaths, 2 Dharma-characteristic Dao Lords were burned to ashes by the flames of the Kacharadi Dao fire, and their essence spirits could not escape. Even everyone from Ethereal Peak was scared out of their wits, let alone the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect. That scene was way too shocking. If that flame landed on the main peak of Ethereal Peak, all of them, including the main peak, would be reduced to ashes. However, the battle was not over. Wu Li, who was initially attacking Nian Qi, frowned slightly as well and heaved a sigh of relief with a hint of fear in his eyes. Thankfully, he was not against that person. Even with his capabilities, he could not defend against that ball of flames. The good thing was that such dharmic arts required a lot of dharmic powers and took a huge toll on one's essence spirit. If that person released it once, he would definitely not be able to release it a second time within a short period of time. Just as that thought flashed through Wu Li's mind, a warning rang in his mind and he felt his scalp tingle as though he was targeted by an extremely terrifying existence. Not good. Instantly, Wu Li's heart felt as though it was about to explode. At that moment, a cry sounded from the crowd. A blurry black figure appeared behind Wu Li. Narrowing his eyes with a cold expression, Night Spirit reached out and grabbed Wu Li's head viciously. Nobody could capture Night Spirit's tracks. By the time he appeared, he was already behind Wu Li. At that moment, it was too late even if Wu Li wanted to dodge. All of a sudden, a jade pendant on Wu Li's waist shattered and a dark green barrier of light enveloped his body. Protection Dharmic Weapon. The Protection Dharmic Weapon activated automatically when Wu Li was attacked. Night Spirit's palm landed on the barrier. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the barrier. Sharp claws popped out from Night Spirit's fingertips one after another. In just a brief moment, 5 holes appeared on the light barrier. Ah! When he saw that, Wu Li shrieked and withdrew a white bone staff before retreating. Night Spirit did not give him a chance to escape at all. With a cold gaze, he seized the opportunity and followed closely behind. The Protection Dharmic Weapon had already shattered. One more attack and he would be able to kill this witch completely. Killing curse. Right then, a hoarse voice sounded. Suddenly, a dark green word appeared before Night Spirit. Kill. At that critical moment, the blind old man attacked. It was only when he attacked that the crowd realized that he was a Dharma characteristic expert. The Dharma characteristic experts of the witch race were comparable to conjoint body mighty figures. The word kill seemed to contain an extremely strange and terrifying power as it charged towards Night Spirit. Night Spirit's gaze turned cold as he stopped in his tracks. In a flash, he disappeared once more. Chapter 11:11 Harvested. Chapter 11:11 Harvested. With a pale face, Wu Li fled to the side of the blind old man and gripped his white bone staff tightly. He held a talisman in his left hand and released his massive spirit consciousness to scan the battlefield with a bewildered expression. He had never experienced something like this ever since he started cultivating. He had truly sensed the aura of death earlier on. The most frightening thing was that he felt as weak as an ant in front of the black-robed man, as though he would be torn apart the next moment. In Wu Li's eyes, the aura of the black-robed man was even more terrifying than Dao being desolate martial. Who is he? Wu Li was tense as he surveyed his surroundings and asked instinctively. Although the blind old man did not have eyes, he possessed spirit consciousness and could understand every single change in the battlefield. At that moment, he said slowly with a grim expression, "He's not human." Not human? Shocked, Wu Li asked again, "What do you mean by not human?" "He's a demon." Pausing for a moment, he denied immediately, "Impossible. There's no demon that can release that aura from him." The blind old man remained silent. Right then, a change happened on the battlefield. Everyone instinctively thought that Night Spirit would launch another attack against Wu Li. However, to think that Night Spirit would appear beside a Dharma characteristic of Dragon Tiger sect the next time he appeared. Poof! The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord reacted and had just raised his arm when his head was crushed by Night Spirit. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. The blind old man was moved. This black-robed man was practically the embodiment of slaughter. Every single time he appeared, every single move he made had a single goal: to kill. Everyone present seemed to be his prey. The aura exuding from the black-robed man seemed to be able to awaken the ancient fear in his bloodline as a witch. Su Zimo could also kill Dharma characteristic Tao Lords across major cultivation realms. However, Night Spirit seemed even more relaxed and carefree. It did not mean that Night Spirit was definitely stronger than Su Zimo in terms of combat strength. It could only be said that Night Spirit was superior in terms of killing method. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 5 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were left. One of the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords was so enraged that his eyes almost popped out. Blood chi burst forth from his body as he swung a gigantic stone axe towards Night Spirit's head. Night Spirit moved gently and arrived behind the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord in a flash without much movement. The other Dharma characteristic Tao Lord saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly swung his saber, slashing towards Night Spirit's body. Without turning back, Night Spirit's body swayed and he disappeared once more. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was alarmed and retracted his saber instinctively, swinging it around him continuously. He released all his blood chi, afraid that Night Spirit would get close to him. However, Night Spirit did not appear at all. To be precise, before Night Spirit even attacked, the 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords had already broken out in cold sweat and were panting. Not far away, a tragic cry sounded from the Void Reversion crowd of Dragon Tiger sect. Night Spirit had appeared there. With his physique and killing techniques, he was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Even Dharma characteristic Tao Lords would be doomed if they were closed in, let alone Void Reversions. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 Void Reversions died in Night Spirit's hand. Many Void Reversions retaliated, but they could not even touch the corner of Night Spirit's clothes. Instead, they injured cultivators of their own sect and it was a mess. What Night Spirit displayed was not merely frightening killing methods. He also had absolute control over the situation. Ever since he appeared and killed 2 Void Reversions, he attacked Wu Li and saved Nian Qi. Unexpectedly, he changed his target and killed another Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. He merely fought against the remaining 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords for a moment before reappearing in the crowd of Void Reversions. Nobody knew his next move. Nobody could stop him from killing. Everyone was being led by the nose by him. As long as Night Spirit disappeared, everyone present would be on tenterhooks. The remaining 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Night Spirit charging towards the Void Reversion of the sect. At least for now, they were safe. The 2 of them exchanged glances. They could tell each other's intentions. Both of them had the intention to retreat. Right then, another voice sounded in their ears. Since you dare to come to Ethereal Peak to kill, don't even think about returning alive. Su Zimo took the opportunity to arrive beside the 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords and said coldly, "Stay and accompany them in death. Kill." Almost at the same time, the 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords turned around and hollered. One of them raised the gigantic axe in his hands while the other waved the saber in his hands and slashed down viciously at Su Zimo. Ruthlessness surged in Su Zimo's eyes. Without dodging or avoiding, he reached out with both hands and grabbed towards the incoming axe and saber. Everyone from Ethereal Peak was shocked. Was he crazy? A Void Reversion was actually using his body to fight against Tao Lord Dharmic weapons. If this was before, the cultivators might be able to accept this scene, albeit with a hint of skepticism. After all, Su Zimo was known as the #1 monster incarnate in history with a divine item like the divine phoenix bone. He had a strong physique and was invincible in melee combat. He had never tasted defeat before. However, His body was already destroyed by a half-martial ancestor 10 years ago. The eyes of the two Dharma characteristic Tao lords shone brightly with ecstasy. Tao, being desolate martial, was way too arrogant. Although their dharmic weapons were not of high quality and were supreme grade with 4 dharmic patterns, they were still Tao Lord dharmic weapons after all and were not something that void reversions could defend against. Bang! Bang! The saber and axe descended and collided with Su Zimo's palm. However, there was no blood splatter. Instead, there was a dull sound of defeat. The pupils of the two Dharma characteristic Tao lords constricted. Against their dharmic weapons, Su Zimo's palm was completely intact. Su Zimo's skin was made from the lotus leaves of the creation green lotus. Even supreme-grade Tao Lord dharmic weapons could not hurt him. Of course, although he could defend against the sharpness of the Tao Lord dharmic weapons, the power of the Dharma characteristic realm surged into his body and caused his body to experience quite a shock. His blood chi surged and his organs were in turmoil. Su Zimo let out a dull grunt. He could have avoided the attack of the two Dharma characteristic Tao lords with his movement technique. However, if that was the case, it would take a few more rounds before he could kill them. Su Zimo did not wish to drag things. He wanted to kill the two Dharma characteristic Tao lords right away. Die. After receiving the dharmic weapons of the two Dharma characteristic Tao lords barehanded, Su Zimo said coldly, he did not give the two of them another chance to attack. A gigantic pitch-black scythe had already appeared behind the two of them, exuding a cold and sinister aura. The heavenly fiend scythe. The moment Su Zimo charged over, that dharmic art was already formed. With a single thought from Su Zimo, the pitch-black gigantic scythe was yanked towards the throats of the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. 2 gigantic heads flew up and blood gushed out from their necks. In midair, endless fiend chi invaded the consciousnesses of the 2 heads, destroying their essence spirits on the spot as well. The lives of the 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were like weeds that were harvested by the heavenly fiend scythe. Chapter 11:12 I'll kill you first. Chapter 11:12 I'll kill you first. In the blink of an eye, the 5 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords of Dragon Tiger sect were dead. In fact, a surreal feeling rose in the hearts of the ethereal peak cultivators. Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were like untouchable mountains in their hearts that crushed every single cultivator. But now, all 5 of them were dead. The remaining 90-odd void reversions of Dragon Tiger sect were also decreasing rapidly under Night Spirit's massacre. All start equals 80. 53. Initially, there were more than 100 void reversions in the Dragon Tiger sect. However, only half of them were left now. Furthermore, the remaining half was already a mess and could not defend against Night Spirit's attacks. Every time a black shadow flashed, 1 or 2 void reversions would die. It was like chopping vegetables. The ethereal peak cultivators were dumbfounded. Initially, there were cultivators who were worried that the black-robed man would drag Su Zimo down. Now, they finally realized how terrifying this black-robed man was. No matter how strong a cultivator's mental fortitude was, they could not withstand a terrifying existence like Night Spirit, and some of them had already broken down mentally. After the 5 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords died, the remaining void reversions shouted and fled, no longer daring to linger in ethereal peak. Night Spirit turned and looked at Su Zimo instinctively. Chase after them. Su Zimo looked at Tao being Lone Soul, Wu Li, and the blind old man coldly and said, "Leave the 3 of them to me. Be careful." After saying that, Night Spirit's figure flashed and disappeared once more. A void reversion was speeding at full speed when he suddenly felt a breeze behind him. Before he could react, he felt a pain in his head and lost consciousness. Night Spirit passed by him without stopping at all. After resting for a while, Nian Qi came to Su Zimo's side with joy in her eyes. However, she knew that it was inappropriate for them to catch up in the current situation. As such, she merely said in a deep voice, "Young master, be careful. Those 2 are from the witch race and they have strange method." Right now, Nian Qi was the only one from Ethereal Peak who could still fight. Even if the other cultivators were not injured, they were not qualified to participate in this battle. Leave that Tao being Lone Soul behind later. Don't kill him yet. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Although she was puzzled, Nian Qi still nodded. Although they were all remnants, Nian Qi's combat strength was much stronger than Dao being lone soul. The blind old man's eyes were hollow as he looked at Su Zimo with a pair of black holes, looking extremely strange. In reality, he was already regretting it. If he had known earlier, he would have left this place with Wu Li right away. However, he had not expected that the remaining 3 Dharma characteristic Dao Lords would be dead on the spot after a moment of hesitation. Of course, it did not mean that he was afraid of Dao being desolate martial. Although this lad's combat strength was strong, it was not enough to threaten him. The fact that desolate martial was able to kill Dharma characteristic Dao Lords across major cultivation realms was under ordinary circumstances. However, he was from the primordial 9 races. Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of the primordial 9 races could fight against conjoint body mighty figures of the human race. The one the blind old man was truly of was the black-robed man who had already left to hunt down the void reversions of Dragon Tiger sect. For some reason, the aura of the black-robed man gave him a sense of trepidation. It had been a long time since he felt that way. Even against other races of the primordial 9 races, he would not feel that way. Furthermore, the black-robed man was only at the void reversion realm. Just what is he? The blind old man faced Su Zimo while pondering about Night Spirit's identity. Thankfully, the black-robed man had already left and was not here. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for him to join forces with Dao being desolate martial. Desolate martial, I'm the young master of the witch race. Hurry and kneel down. Recovering his composure, Wu Li gripped his white bone staff and hollered with an arrogant expression. After he left the Ghost Curse Tomb and entered the North region, no one dared to disobey him along the way. Even when he visited Dragon Tiger sect, the conjoint body mighty figures had to be respectful towards him. The young master of the witch race had a noble status. Even if he were to enter the Immortal, Fiend and Buddhist sects, they would have to greet him respectfully, let alone Dragon Tiger sect. In Wu Li's eyes, although Su Zimo was strong, he was merely a slightly stronger ant. How dare an ant challenge him? At the mention of the word witch, a commotion broke out within Ethereal Peak. The primordial 9 races. They were legendary existences that ruled over the primordial era. 100 years ago, a remnant of the witch race caused chaos in the Great Zhou dynasty. At that time, all the cultivators were wary and nobody dared to attack him. Now that a young master of the witch race had arrived, who would dare to hurt him? They thought about the catastrophe 10,000 years ago. Because of the death of a young dragon, the great Qian Empire that dominated the entire North region was reduced to ruins overnight. The massive empire collapsed in an instant. Even 2 Buddhist monasteries vanished into the past. The person before them had an even nobler identity than the young dragon back then. Even if he stood there motionlessly, no one would dare to hurt him. So amazing. Su Zimo sneered, I've killed beings of the god and Rakshasa race before. What's so amazing about the witch race? The blind old man said indifferently, Desolate martial, I'm not exaggerating. If any of you dare to hurt him, all living beings of the Great Zhou dynasty will have to die with him. The hearts of the Ethereal Peak cultivators skipped a beat. Even the old Immortal crane felt immense pressure, let alone them. Normally, as long as Wu Li revealed his identity, even conjoint body mighty figures and Mahayana patriarchs might not dare to attack him. Unfortunately, they were facing Su Zimo, not anybody else. He was someone who did not fear heaven and earth nor ghosts and deities. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had encountered countless dangers and oppression. However, had he ever compromised or retreated? Old thing, how dare you threaten me? Killing intent surged in Su Zimo's heart and his gaze was like lightning as he shouted, I must kill him today. If you dare to take revenge on the innocent living beings of the Great Zhou dynasty, I'll kill my way into your lair and annihilate your entire race one day. Pest! The crowd gasped. They did not even dare to think about saying something like that. Why you? How dare you? The blind old man's voice was trembling. In the ancient era, even with the dominance and invincibility of the human emperor, he did not exterminate the primordial 9 races completely and merely drove them into an area. But today, a cultivator of the human race had appeared and declared that he wanted to destroy the witch race. Not to mention how great his future accomplishments would be, his boldness was unparalleled. Killing intent surged in the blind old man's heart. I can't let that lad live. A thought crossed the blind old man's mind. If he grows up, he might become another human emperor. He might even be more terrifying than the human emperor. The moment the blind old man wanted to kill, Suzimo's spirit perception sensed it. How dare you harbor killing intent towards me? Suzimo said coldly, Old thing, I'll kill you first. Chapter 1113 Illusionary Curse. Chapter 1113 Illusionary Curse. Lightning crackled around Suzimo's body as his wings of dharmic powers flapped. In a flash, he lunged towards the blind old man at an extremely fast speed. The witch race was one of the primordial 9 races and possessed a noble bloodline. However, their bodies were relatively weak and were far inferior compared to the bodies of the god and dragon race. What the witch race specialized in was penetrative, unpredictable, and terrifying sorcery. Although Suzimo's Green Lotus true body did not have a strong bloodline, his physique was tough and even Tao Lord dharmic weapons could not shake it. Therefore, he intended to fight the blind old man in melee combat. In reality, this battle would have been much simpler if it was his dragon true body. As long as he could close the distance, be it using his body, bloodline power, or Baron, he would be able to deal immense damage to the blind old man. You must have a death wish. While Suzimo was fast, the blind old man's reaction was even faster. Although he was blind, his ears became sharper as a result. Coupled with his massive spirit consciousness, he had already sensed Suzimo's movements long ago. The blind old man slapped his storage bag and a white bone staff appeared in his palm. Above the rod was a menacing skull. The blind old man's staff paused gently on the ground as he chanted a series of strange incantations. Woo-hoo-hoo. Suddenly, 9 skulls appeared in midair and charged towards Suzimo. Skeleton Curse. The skeleton curse released by the blind old man was even stronger than the young master of the witch race. Suzimo did not dare to be careless as Sanskrit rumbled in his consciousness. Om. Ma. Ni. Pa. Suddenly, Suzimo opened his mouth and spat out 4 Sanskrit words that were deafening. At the same time, he conjured hand seals. Bang. Boom. Boom. Dharmic seals descended from the skies one after another and shone with a golden light, suppressing the incoming skulls. Finally, Suzimo condensed a dharmic seal and stood firm, as though he was rooted to the ground. The daming mantra combined with the 4 daming dharmic seals burst forth instantly. Eventually, Suzimo ended it with the immovable foundation seal. The daming mantra was a sound domain secret skill and had always been successful. However, even after the Sanskrit sounds descended, the blind old man seemed to be completely unaffected. The skulls that was flying in midair merely paused for a moment before continuing to speed forward. The 3 Buddhist dharmic seals, the Fiend Suppression Seal, Immortal Trap Seal and Demon Subduing Seal, descended and were locked in a stalemate with 3 skulls for a moment. As for the remaining 6 skulls, they had already pounced on Suzimo and were chomping down on him. The dharmic power barrier formed by the immovable foundation seal was depleting at a visible speed. Ua! Suzimo grunted and his face turned pale. His strength seemed weak in the face of a dharma characteristic expert of the witch race. At that moment, he missed the creation Green Lotus dearly. If he had the creation Green Lotus in his hands, the skulls would not be able to get close to him no matter what ghostly methods they use. Kill. Suzimo reared his head and howled, releasing the sound domain secret skill, Thunderclap Kill. Now that he had obtained the Great Void Spirit Refinement section, the might of the sound domain secret skill had increased as well. The skulls that were initially gnawing on Suzimo shuddered. All of a sudden, a gigantic demon beast appeared beneath Suzimo. 4D, it stood upright like an immovable stone pillar. On its back was a gigantic shell with mysterious patterns etched on it. The demon beast had a pair of turtle and snake heads and its eyes shone with a resplendent divine light as it reared its head and let out a long cry. The divine beast, the black tortoise, had descended. Stepping on the turtle and snake, An extremely strong dharmic power burst forth from Susimo's body and repelled the 6 skulls on his body. He exerted strength once more and charged towards the blind old man. He could not win. He was no match in a head-on battle. Susimo had already used all his trump cards even before he managed to break free of the skeleton curse. However, there was still no fear in his eyes. All he had to do was try his best to attract the blind old man's attention. The true killing move was not with him. At that moment, the fight between the two attracted everyone's attention. Even bystanders were in such a state, let alone the blind old man on the battlefield. Nobody noticed that the tragic cries of the void reversions of Dragon Tiger sect in the distance had suddenly stopped. Even if someone noticed it, they would not think too much about it. What did that mean? Looking at the charging Susimo, the blind old man smirked coldly. To him, Susimo was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was a fool's dream if this lad wanted to get close to him. He had countless methods to stop this lad and prevent the distance between them from ever closing. Suddenly, for no reason, the blind old man's heart skipped a beat. The palpitation was extremely mild. If it was anyone else, they would not care at all. However, the loss of the blind old man's sight caused his senses and perception of the outside world to become extremely sharp. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Not good. The blind old man's expression changed starkly as a layer of dark green light enveloped his body, turning him blurry. Unknowingly, a black figure appeared behind him. It was like a ghost or a phantom. It was like a god of massacre that walked through the night. Night Spirit had returned. This was a tacit understanding that only Susimo and Night Spirit understood. The two of them did not even send voice transmissions or exchange glances. That was because Night Spirit knew that Susimo could not defeat the Dharma characteristic expert of the witch race alone. If Susimo had not attracted the blind old man's attention, Night Spirit would not have been able to get close to him so easily. The two of them could only kill this Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of the witch race if they joined forces. The reason why he had Night Spirit chase after the void reversions of Dragon Tiger sect was to distract the blind old man. In reality, their plan had succeeded. However, the blind old man's reaction was fast enough. The moment Night Spirit appeared, he released the life-saving witchcraft of the witch race, Illusory Curse. His figure was almost illusory and unpredictable, blurry without any edges at all. Night Spirit reached out and grabbed forward. Although he managed to scratch the blind old man, there was no blood at all. The blind old man was right in front of him, but Night Spirit's attack missed. Up till this point of the battle, every single time Night Spirit attacked, there would definitely be cultivators dying. However, he failed this time round. This was a rare opportunity. If they missed it, Susimo and Night Spirit might not be able to kill the blind old man. There were many strange secret skills of the witch race. If the blind old man wanted to escape, Susimo and Night Spirit might not be able to catch up to him given their capabilities. At that thought, a cold glint flashed through Night Spirit's eyes. Suddenly, a long, purple tail covered in scales appeared behind him. The tip of the long tail was extremely sharp and shone with a cold glint as it stabbed viciously in the direction of the blind old man. Flashes of blood appeared. Night Spirit's tail could break through illusions and pierce the blind old man's true body. Chapter 1114, Spirit Slaying Curse. Chapter 1114, Spirit Slaying Curse. Even so, the blind old man managed to dodge the fatal blow. His right chest was pierced by Night Spirit's tail and dripped with blood. Ah! He cried out in pain. Although the blind old man had cultivated to the Dharma characteristic realm and would not die even if his lungs were injured, his combat strength would definitely be affected by the loss of blood chi at his age. Furthermore, Night Spirit had already closed in on him. He was severely injured and was on the brink of death. Get lost. The blind old man's reaction was extremely fast. The moment Night Spirit's tail pierced him, he flipped his palm and conjured a dark green palm print that slammed towards Night Spirit. Night Spirit's tail was on the blind old man and he could not dodge in time, merely able to prop up his arms. Bang! With a shudder, Night Spirit was sent flying by the blind old man's palm strike. However, He had a strong body and shocking physique. Even after receiving the full-powered attack of the blind old man, he merely bled from the corner of his mouth and his body was fine. Night Spirit somersaulted in midair and disappeared once more. The 6 skulls that were initially entangled around Suzimo dissipated instantly as well. Suzimo's eyes lit up as he prepared to charge forward and join forces with Night Spirit to kill the blind old man completely. Right then, Wu Li struck in time. Curse Spear. He chanted and waved the white bone staff in his hands. Dharmic powers surged and a dark green spear appeared in midair. The body of the spear exuded an extremely evil power. Even the ethereal peak cultivators who were watching from afar felt their heads spin with a single glance and were filled with evil thoughts, let alone Suzimo who was on the battlefield. It was truly hard to imagine the terrifying lethality of such an evil spear when it struck a human. Suzimo paused and his expression turned cold. Initially, he had intended to deal with this young master of the witch race later on. Now that this person was so eager to die, he would fulfill the latter's wish. Suzimo closed his fingers and conjured a sword art. Instantly, gigantic stars appeared in the skies. An extremely sharp killing intent burst forth from Suzimo's body and surged into the skies. Even the stars in the skies were starting to turn chaotic. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. Heaven-slaying sword art. Suzimo's eyes narrowed as he looked at the incoming curse spear. He waved his fingers like a sword and slashed 3 times. TSK. 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 3 white sword chi tore through the air. The entire void was like a gigantic piece of cloth that had 3 holes torn through it. At the nascent soul realm, given the cultivation of Suzimo's essence spirit, he could only release a single sword chi. Now that he was at the void reversion realm, he could release 3 sword chi in one go. Of course, over the past 10 years, as he comprehended the heaven-slaying sword art, the might of the sword chi rose continuously as well. The 3 sword chi were stacked together and the killing power was unleashed to its limit. Not to mention the curse spear. Suzimo believed that even the blind old man who was at the Dharma characteristic realm might not be able to escape unscathed from that attack. This was the most lethal out of the 3 ancient sword arts. Although the blind old man could not see, his expression changed the moment he sensed the 3 sword chi shooting out. Suddenly, he roared, "Young master, run!" Before his words were finished, the heaven-slaying sword chi collided with the curse spear. Almost without a pause, the evil spear was sliced into pieces by the 3 sword chi and shattered instantly. Wu Li's pupils constricted violently. Even without the blind old man's reminder, he could sense how terrifying the 3 sword chi were. Escape. With a pale face, Wu Li turned and fled. However, no matter how fast he could not be faster than the heaven-slaying sword chi. Instantly, 3 sword chi descended on Wu Li. A flash of blood appeared. A figure charged out and staggered, turning into a dark green streak of light that sped into the distance at an astonishing speed. Suzimo frowned. He's not dead. The might of the 3 heavenly slaying sword chi was reduced after colliding with the curse spear. However, Suzimo could clearly see that the 3 sword chi had indeed struck Wu Li's body, not to mention that this person only had the bloodline of the witch race. Even the bloodline of the god and dragon race would die on the spot if they were struck by the 3 sword chi. The killing power within could crush their essence spirits in the blink of an eye without giving them a chance to leave their body. How could the young master of the witch race escape? A doubt flashed through Suzimo's mind. He did not think too much about it and moved to chase after the person. It was clear that Wu Li's steps were already staggered before he fled. From this, it could be seen that even if he could escape death, he was severely injured. Given Suzimo's speed, Wu Li would definitely not be able to escape his pursuit if he gave it his all. This young master of the witch race had to die. After the experience with the Palace Lord of Bloodcrow Palace, Suzimo would not allow another tiger to return to its mountain. Even if he had to die, he had to kill Wu Li. However, just as he was about to move, a warning flashed through his mind. A strong sense of danger descended. Spirit-slaying curse. Suddenly, the blind old man's voice sounded from behind Suzimo. An essence spirit secret skill? Suzimo did not turn back. However, a trace of spirit consciousness fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void, undetectable. It was like ripples on a calm lake. Without hesitation, Suzimo activated the Mingwang prayer beads right away. Buzz! On his left wrist, the Mingwang prayer beads shone brightly and formed a barrier that shone with a golden light. Mysterious Sanskrit words appeared on it that contained immense divine power. The barrier was already formed, but it did not receive any impact. Suzimo furrowed his brows slightly. How could that be? Was it not an essence spirit secret skill? While he was confused, an evil and strange power suddenly appeared in his consciousness. The power gathered rapidly and created a dark green storm in Suzimo's consciousness that swept towards his essence spirit. Pest! Suzimo's expression changed slightly. The blind old man's essence spirit secret skill could ignore the defense of the Mingwang prayer beads and descend into his consciousness out of thin air. Such a strange attack was truly unsettling. Essence spirit secret skills were impossible to defend against. Apart from resisting with essence spirit secret skills, only essence spirit dharmic weapons could be used to defend. But now, the blind old man's spirit-slaying curse could ignore essence spirit dharmic weapons and descend directly into a cultivator's consciousness. Even conjoint body mighty figures of the human race would die on the spot if they were to face this killing move. Back in the ancient war, there were countless human cultivators who died under the spirit-slaying curse. Unfortunately, the blind old man was facing Suzimo. Apart from the Mingwang prayer beads, Suzimo had another treasure on him. The treasure was in his consciousness. Chapter 11:15 The Dust Settles. Chapter 11:15 The Dust Settles. The Di clan's half-martial ancestor attacked with terrifying strength and destroyed the Grade 6 Creation Green Lotus. However, the Creation Green Lotus was an utmost treasure of the world after all. Even if the lotus platform, stem and leaves were all shattered without any spirit chi remaining, the 54 lotus seeds were still intact. In Suzimo's consciousness, the black-haired essence spirit sat beneath the bare lotus platform. The moment the spirit-slaying curse's cyclone was formed, the black-haired essence spirit stood up and howled into the skies. Beside him, streaks of green light spewed out. 54 green lotus seeds gathered in his consciousness continuously and formed a sharp green lotus sword in the blink of an eye. This was an essence spirit secret skill unique to the Creation Green Lotus. When this essence spirit secret skill was released, it could even sever the essence spirits of ordinary Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. The black-haired essence spirit pointed forward with a burning gaze. The green lotus sword slashed down fiercely towards the incoming spirit-slaying cyclone. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The dark green spirit-slaying cyclone and green lotus sword froze instantly. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, the spirit-slaying cyclone dissipated in the blink of an eye. The green lotus sword split into 54 lotus seeds as well. They were dim and scattered in his consciousness without any spirit or glow. He had endured it. Suzimo heaved a sigh of relief and felt a sense of trepidation. Thankfully, he had not used the green lotus sword up till this point of the battle. Otherwise, the blind old man's spirit-slaying curse would have been enough to destroy his essence spirit. The cyclone of the spirit-slaying curse had dissipated. However, the evil power unique to the witch race lingered in his consciousness and turned into dark green streaks of light. To others, that power might be extremely threatening. However, against Suzimo, who had cultivated the cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects, there was not much impact. Before long, boundless Sanskrit sounds echoed in his consciousness. Golden light filled the air and it was incomparably divine, as though the figures of Buddhas had appeared, destroying the evil power completely. The blind old man was slightly stunned. He waited for a while, but Tao, being desolate martial who should have died, did not show any signs of death. Instead, he stood in midair with a powerful aura. How could that be? How could this lad defend against the spirit-slaying curse? Furthermore, it was a spirit-slaying curse released by him. During that moment of distraction, Night Spirit appeared once more with outstretched claws that reached for the blind old man's head. The blind old man shifted his feet and dodged to the side. However, he had already been closed in by Night Spirit and had lost the initiative. How could he escape so easily? Like a leech, Night Spirit followed close behind and attacked relentlessly. Night Spirit's every attack, be it the timing or angle, was perfect without any unnecessary movement. Poof! Finally, the blind old man's lungs were injured and he moved continuously. While panting heavily, he was slightly slower and Night Spirit caught an opening, piercing his chest with a single claw swipe. Night Spirit dug the blind old man's heart out of his chest directly with his claws. It was a dark green heart. Even though it had already escaped from the blind old man's body, the heart was still beating. It was extremely evil and released a tremendous amount of power, as though it wanted to break free. Without hesitation, Night Spirit exerted strength in his palm. The blind old man's heart ruptured instantly and dark green blood splattered everywhere. Even though he was severely injured, the blind old man could still stand in midair with his body swaying slightly. There were 2 gigantic wounds on his chest that were dripping with blood. It was a ghastly sight. His blood chi was draining rapidly. His face was also aging and wrinkles were growing at a visible rate. The former palace lord of Bloodcrow Palace, the current Dao being Lone Soul, had already been captured alive by Nyan Chi and suppressed at the side with a horrified expression. Initially, he was hoping that the blind old man would kill Suzimo and the others to save him. However, how could he have imagined that the situation would change in just a few breaths? Even the blind old man was severely injured and could die at any moment. Impossible. The blind old man let out a deep growl. The pitch-black sockets on his face glared at Suzimo as he grit his teeth. How can you defend against the spirit-slaying curse? In that short period of time, Suzimo had already purged the power of witchcraft in his consciousness. Looking down at the blind old man whose blood chi was declining, Suzimo said indifferently, "Old thing, you're finished." In the ancient era, the witch race could not dominate Tianhuang mainland. You won't be able to do it today either. When they heard that, the ethereal peak cultivators felt their blood boil. Foo-foo. The blind old man laughed bitterly. He shook his head. Desolate Marshal, you don't understand the witch race at all. You haven't witnessed the power of the witch race either. Just you wait. When the young master returns, all the living beings of the North region will die together. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape either. Suzimo said coldly, "I'll kill him personally and send him down to accompany you." After saying that, Suzimo's figure flashed and endless electric arcs coiled around his body. Dharmic power wings grew from his back as he sped in the direction where Wu Li fled. Suzimo ignored the blind old man. Right now, the blind old man was severely injured and his blood chi was depleted. He was no match for Night Spirit at all. Right then, the blind old man suddenly turned around and looked at Night Spirit who was not far away. He smirked sinisterly. "So, it's you." The blind old man's face was filled with excitement and fear as he grinned. "I finally remember what you are." Night Spirit roared and interrupted the blind old man. Like a phantom, he lunged towards the blind old man. The blind old man's reaction was extremely fast as well. If he was carrying that broken body, there was no way he could escape from Night Spirit's pursuit. Phew! An essence spirit flew out from the top of his head and sped into the distance. Night Spirit followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo, Night Spirit, and the blind old man had already disappeared into the horizon. At this point of the battle, the dust had already settled. The ethereal peak cultivators were dumbfounded at the sight. The sect crisis was resolved just like that after the 2 of them appeared. Even after the 3 of them were far away, the group of cultivators still could not snap out of their stupor for a long time as a surreal feeling rose in their hearts. Who was that black-robed man? Given his cultivation and combat strength, he shouldn't be a nobody, right? I'm not sure. The blind old man seemed to be implying that he was not human. The old immortal crane did not explain when she heard the discussions around her. She had already guessed that the black-robed man should be Night Spirit. Night Spirit was probably the only one who could possess such combat strength. Back then, when Night Spirit was just born and was waiting to be fed, she was already alarmed. At that time, He was merely a palm-sized little beast. However, he managed to pierce her flesh with his claw. A warm expression appeared on the old immortal crane's face as she reminisced over the scene. Chapter 11:16, Pursuit. Chapter 11:16, Pursuit. Due to the sudden essence spirit secret skill from the blind old man that trapped him on the spot, Su Zimo had already lost the best opportunity to hunt down Wu Li. Although it did not take long, given Wu Li's speed, he had long escaped. However, Su Zimo did not give up. At the spot where the heaven-slaying sword Qi struck, a blooded body that was already split into two laid on the ground. It was this body that allowed Wu Li to escape death from the three heaven-slaying sword Qi. The methods of the witch race were unpredictable. As the young master of the witch race, it was not surprising for Wu Li to have such life-preservation means. Su Zimo sped in the direction that Wu Li escaped in. In reality, he had already lost track of Wu Li. However, Wu Li was injured and there was a unique aura of the witch race's bloodline in his path. While others might not have noticed it, Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and had a keen sense of smell. He could capture that aura from midair and continued the chase through it. In midair, a dark green figure tore through the air at an extremely fast speed on a white bone staff. Wu Li's face was slightly pale and he was covered in wounds, looking wretched. Those wounds were left behind by the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword Qi. Although many spirit herbs had been applied to them, they showed no signs of healing. The wounds created by the heaven-slaying sword Qi possessed extremely terrifying tearing effects and bled continuously. Desolate Marshal, I'll definitely return the grudge today tenfold. Wu Li's eyes were filled with endless hatred as he grit his teeth and said bitterly. Given his noble status, thorough preparations had been made for his departure from the ghost curse tomb this time round. According to Dao being lone soul, there were no conjoint body mighty figures in the four dynasties. In other words, even if he did not bring any helpers with him, he could dominate the four dynasties. In order to prevent any accidents, Uncle Lan escorted the trip personally. Although Uncle Lan was blind, he was a Dharma characteristic expert that possessed the capabilities to kill conjoint body mighty figures of the human race. In the current cultivation world, Mahayana patriarchs rarely appeared. Conjoint body mighty figures could be considered as the strongest cultivators. This meant that with Uncle Lan, Wu Li could do whatever he wanted in the entire North region, let alone the four dynasties. In fact, it was as they had expected. Along the way, they were almost completely unrestrained without any obstruction. Even Dragon Tiger sect had to bow down to the might of the witch race. However, neither Wu Li nor the blind old man expected that there would be two anomalies in the North region. In terms of combat strength, those two were terrifying. Furthermore, they had no qualms towards the status of the witch race and killed without hesitation. It was as though the witch race was the true ants in the eyes of the two beasts. Although Wu Li did not attack much in this battle, he had two close brushes with death. First, Night Spirit closed in silently and destroyed the protection dharmic weapon. Thereafter, Su Zimo's three heaven-slaying sword Qi forced him to release his destiny puppet. It was extremely difficult to cultivate a destiny puppet. He needed a proper living being that could be tempered continuously with the secret skills of the witch race and turned into his own puppet. At the critical moment, the destiny puppet could defend against a fatal attack. If not for the destiny puppet, the three heaven-slaying sword Qi would have been enough to turn Wu Li's body into minced meat instead of the few wounds on his body. As Wu Li sprinted, his speed gradually slowed down. He retrieved another elixir from his storage bag and swallowed it before regulating his breathing. If he were to continue sprinting at a high speed, it would be hard for his wounds to heal and the elixirs to take effect. However, less than 30 minutes later, Wu Li's heart skipped a beat as though he sensed something. It was like intuition. He suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. At their cultivation realm, this sort of whim would not happen for no reason. Suddenly, Wu Li turned around. At the end of the distant horizon, there was a faint flash of lightning that was speeding towards him. Pest! He gasped. He was still being hunted. Wu Li did not dare to rest any longer and channeled his dharmic powers hurriedly. Retrieving a haste talisman from his storage bag, he tore it apart and his speed increased exponentially. However, no matter how he sped up, even if he could leave Suzimo behind temporarily, the latter would always catch up before long. Wu Li's expression was terrible. His eyes darted around as though he was plotting something. After pondering for a moment, he seemed to have made a decision and changed directions slightly before continuing forward. Suzimo chased closely behind. He was not bothered when he noticed that Wu Li had changed directions. Wu Li could forget about escaping after he was targeted by Suzimo. Both of them were at the Void Reversion realm. Furthermore, Suzimo cultivated the top 3 cultivation techniques of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects. His essence spirit was extremely condensed and Wu Li was injured. If they continued chasing, Wu Li would definitely not be able to escape. Both of them had their own thoughts and neither of them wanted to relax. The two of them traveled at lightning speed for an entire day and night. As the young master of the witch race, Wu Li was indeed capable. Apart from the fact that he was able to escape from Night Spirit and Suzimo's 2 killing moves, his speed was also the fastest among his peers. Even with his lightning escape technique and ethereal wings, Suzimo was unable to catch up and could only hang on from afar. Of course, a day and night was a huge drain on one's stamina. Wu Li's speed was clearly decreasing. The distance between them was closing bit by bit. However, as time passed, Suzimo gradually frowned. The direction that Wu Li chose seemed to be. After running for a while more, the surrounding terrain and forest became somewhat familiar. Ahead was a lush forest. The towering ancient trees stood tall and lush. Their gigantic crowns were connected together, covering the skies. In the depths of the forest, it was dark and sinister, emitting a faint blood stench. Suzimo had been here before. More than 100 years ago, in order to avoid the pursuit of the Palace Lord of Bloodcrow Palace, he carried Night Spirit and escaped to this place, passing through the forest and entering the Dragon Bone Valley. Arriving at the edge of the forest, Wu Li paused for a moment before turning around to sneer at Suzimo. Panting heavily, he gave a provocative look and burrowed into the forest. With a calm expression, Suzimo charged into the forest as well. Many ancient living beings lived in the forest. Back when Suzimo was still at the Foundation Establishment realm, traveling through this place was extremely treacherous and filled with dangers. But now that he was at the Void Reversion realm, there were not many living beings that could threaten him in the forest. Wu Li's figure shuttled ahead, barely visible. The two of them followed one after another. Before long, Wu Li crossed the forest and charged towards the endless sea of bones. As long as they passed through this forest, it would be the territory of the dragon race. That was the 9 forbidden grounds that cultivators referred to in Tianhuang mainland. The 9 forbidden grounds were considered friendly to the people of the 9 races. However, for the foreign races, there was no way they could survive. Standing in the sea of bones, Wu Li finally smiled and relaxed completely. Chapter 11:17 You won't have a chance. Chapter 11:17 You won't have a chance. Wu Li admired his decision. If he had followed his original route, he would have been caught by Suzimo before he could escape to the Ghost Curse Tomb and turned into a corpse. Thankfully, he changed directions at the last moment and came here. The habitat of the dragon race, the Dragon Bone Valley. It was also one of the 9 forbidden grounds of Tianhuang mainland. Although this was a forbidden ground for human cultivators, it was nothing to him. The moment Wu Li stepped into the Sea of Bones, the Sea of Bones seemed to have sensed something and began to churn. Countless bone fragments danced in the air as though they were about to condense into a gigantic and terrifying ferocious beast. Wu Li smiled gently and flicked a drop of blood from his wound unhurriedly. The dark green blood formed a faint light barrier around his body. When the fragments in the Sea of Bones sensed the bloodline aura of Wu Li, they gradually calmed down as though nothing had happened. At the very least, the primordial 9 races could enter the outer perimeter of the Dragon Bone Valley at will. As the young master of the witch race, he would definitely be welcomed warmly by the dragons upon entering the Dragon Bone Valley. He had killed 3 birds with 1 stone by coming to the Dragon Bone Valley. Firstly, he could escape from danger. Secondly, The Dragon Bone Valley had the primordial divine spring. Given his status as the young master of the witch race, he was completely qualified to enjoy it. Thirdly, he could represent the witch race and discuss joining forces with the dragon race to plot against the North region. Chaos was rampant in Tianhuang mainland and the fortune of the human race was wearing thin. Right now was the best time for the 9 races to reappear. Su Zimo arrived at the edge of the forest but did not rush out. He stood under the shadows of the forest and watched everything quietly with a strange expression. Standing in the sea of bones, Wu Li turned around with a relaxed expression and looked at Su Zimo in the forest with a mocking gaze. "Desolate Marshal, weren't you arrogant?" Wu Li sneered, "I'm standing right here. Why aren't you charging over?" Su Zimo did not move a single inch. The Sea of Bones was a little strange. Back then, if not for Night Spirit, he would not have been able to cross over and step onto that mountain to devour a dragon egg with Night Spirit. If Wu Li truly wanted to hide in the Dragon Bone Valley, there was no need for him to take the risk and enter the Sea of Bones. He had a simpler solution. "You're smart to know the power of this place." Wu Li's expression darkened quickly as he grit his teeth with a venomous gaze. "Ant, your bloodline is inferior and you're not qualified to step foot in this place for the rest of your life. Just you wait. Wait for my revenge. Wait for me to descend to the North region once more and massacre the world. Ha 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 ha." Wu Li's smile was sinister and filled with a chilling killing intent. Su Zimo was still unmoved and merely looked at Wu Li calmly with a strange expression that others would not be able to understand. "You won't have a chance." Finally, Su Zimo replied indifferently. Wu Li sneered and turned to head into the depths of the Sea of Bones nonchalantly. Su Zimo only turned to leave after Wu Li's figure disappeared. After leaving the forest, Su Zimo closed his eyes. His mind was clear and his mind was immersed as his essence spirit began to summon his true body of the dragon race. Both essence spirits were Su Zimo. Although it was split into 2, the 2 essence spirits could still sense each other. However, unless necessary, there would not be any connection between the 2 essence spirits in case it affected the cultivation of the other side. Now that Wu Li was hiding in the Dragon Bone Valley, the only one suitable to attack was the true body of the dragon race. At the same time, the true body of the dragon race was cultivating in seclusion in his cave. All of a sudden, 2 divine lights lit up in the dark cave. The true body of the dragon race received the call and woke up from seclusion, standing up. The 2 true bodies were connected. The true body of the dragon race knew that he would not be alerted if it was not something urgent. Before long, the true body of the Green Lotus transmitted all sorts of information regarding the calamity of the Witch Gu in the North region. A cold glint flashed through the scarlet-haired Su Zimo's eyes with a fleeting killing intent. He pondered for a moment before retrieving a mask from his storage bag and putting it on. The mask was a treasure of the dragon race known as the Scorching Moon Mask. Not only could it conceal one's appearance, it could also prevent the detection of cultivators. Thereafter, Su Zimo left the cave. "Young master, you're out of seclusion." The moment he left his lair, an illumination dragon welcomed him. Right now, the scarlet-haired Su Zimo had a high status in the dragon race. Especially the illumination dragon lineage. Su Zimo's gaze shifted and he saw some dragons flying through the air towards a dark green-robed cultivator. "Young master, you came out of seclusion at the right time." The illumination dragon smiled. "Just now, the young master of the witch race, Wu Li, visited our dragon race. I heard that he was injured outside and was about to head to the primordial divine spring for treatment." "Oh." Su Zimo replied indifferently and asked, "Who will be receiving him?" "Long Kang, of course." At the mention of that name, the illumination dragon could not help but reveal a look of reverence in his eyes as he whispered, "Long Kang is the only 5-clawed divine dragon of our dragon race. If nothing goes wrong, he will definitely be the young master of our dragon race and the leader of the 5 lineages. Long Kang, young master of the blue dragon lineage, number 1 of the heaven dragon ranking." Given his status as the young master of the dragon race, it was only natural for him to receive the young master of the witch race. Without saying anything, Su Zimo suddenly soared into the skies. If Wu Li were to meet Long Kang, he might not have a chance to attack. Before long, Su Zimo arrived in midair and stopped the dragons. It's Brother Zhu. Although Su Zimo was wearing the scorching moon mask, it was no secret to the dragons as all of them knew him. The leader, a blue dragon, cupped his fists and greeted with a smile. Yes. The scarlet-haired Su Zimo nodded and shifted his gaze to Wu Li. Suddenly, he said, I just came out of seclusion and heard that the young master of the witch race had arrived. That delighted me, so I had to come and meet you. Someone from the dragon race introduced hurriedly, this is the young master of the Illumination dragon lineage, Long Zhu. Haha. Wu Li burst into laughter. Sure. He was truly elated. Unexpectedly, he seemed to be rather popular after coming to the dragon race. Even the young master of the Illumination dragon lineage took the initiative to welcome him personally. Instantly, Wu Li's face lit up. The other dragons had odd expressions. Although Su Zimo had only joined the dragon race for a mere 10 years, the dragons had a rough understanding of his personality. This person had a proud and aloof personality and rarely did such actions. Brother Wu, although this is our first time meeting, I already feel like old friends with you. The scarlet-haired Su Zimo smiled. Why don't you come over to my place for a short chat, Brother Wu? I can have a few drinks with you as a host. The dragons were stunned. They were here to receive Wu Li to the blue dragon lineage to meet with Long Kang. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo appeared along the way. As the young master of the Illumination dragon lineage, it was awkward for them to reject him as well. All the dragons looked at Wu Li instinctively. Chapter 11:18 Exterminate. Chapter 11:18 Exterminate. Wu Li was stunned. Instinctively, he felt that something was amiss. He had never met the young master of the Illumination dragon lineage before, let alone had any relationship with him. This guy seemed to be overly enthusiastic. However, he could not figure out what was amiss. Wu Li did not think too much about it. While the primordial 9 races were not harmonious, there were no deep grudges between them either. As the young master of the witch race, even if he was not received like an important guest at the Dragon Bone Valley, he wouldn't be in any danger. Furthermore, the person before him was the young master of the Illumination dragon lineage and their statuses were rather similar. It was not an insult to his status to befriend this person. At that thought, Wu Li chuckled. Alright, since fellow Daoist Long Zhu is so kind as to invite me, I'll accept it. Su Zimo nodded and turned slightly, making an inviting gesture as he walked alongside Wu Li towards his lair. The dragons that were initially welcoming Wu Li exchanged glances. Although they were all dragons and there were even Dharma characteristic dragons among them, their statuses could not compare to Su Zimo's and they could only watch as Su Zimo took Wu Li away. Many Illumination dragons had long received the news that Su Zimo was heading over with Wu Li and gathered nearby curiously. As expected of the young master. He sure is important enough to be able to invite the young master of the witch race over. That's true. By the looks of it, the two of them seem to have some sort of relationship. The dragons discussed. Listening to the discussions around him, Wu Li glanced sideways and chuckled. Fellow Daoist Long Zhu, although this is our first time meeting, I have a surreal feeling that we've known each other for a long time. You're not wrong. Su Zimo did not stop and replied in a seemingly casual manner. Wu Li was stunned. For a moment, he could not understand the meaning behind Su Zimo's words. Fellow Daoist, what do you mean? Have we met before? Wu Li revealed a reminiscent expression and said in a deep voice, this is the first time I've left the ghost curse tomb. In my memories, I don't think I've met you before. Su Zimo stopped in his tracks and turned around. The corners of his lips beneath the mask curled up slightly as he said faintly, of course we've met before. When? Wu Li asked instinctively. Just a moment ago. Su Zimo sighed gently, as though he was blaming Wu Li for forgetting so quickly. When that sigh entered Wu Li's ears, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and his hairs stood on end. At that moment, his mind was still in chaos. However, for some reason, he felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the scarlet mask on Su Zimo's face. They had just met. What did that mean? Su Zimo's figure flashed through Wu Li's mind. However, He quickly denied that conjecture. That was impossible. Su Zimo was already outside the Sea of Bones, and as a human, there was no way he could enter. What did this young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage mean by that? Fellow Daoist, take off your mask. Wu Li frowned slightly and glared at Su Zimo with an unfriendly expression. Since you invited me, you should be honest with me. There's no need to be secretive. Under normal circumstances, as a guest to the dragon race, even if he saw a dragon with a mask, there was no right for him to request the other party to remove it. That was way too rude. Furthermore, this was the Illumination Dragon young master. However, at that moment, Wu Li felt a sense of anxiety. He could only sense a hint of mockery, pity, and sadness in the other party's gaze. This was definitely not normal. At that moment, there were many Illumination Dragons gathered here. When they saw the odd behavior of the two of them, they looked over. Su Zimo reached out and removed his mask slowly, revealing a delicate face. He smiled at Wu Li. You won't have a chance. That was the final sentence his Green Lotus true body left to Wu Li before leaving. Now that the sentence came forth from the dragon true body, it was like a death sentence. Wu Li looked at the familiar face before him and his pupils constricted. He felt his scalp tingle and his soul almost left his body. Apart from his hair color that was different from Dao being Desolate Marshal whom he had seen before, the person before him had the same features and countenance. How was that possible? Why would Desolate Marshal appear in the dragon race? Even if Desolate Marshal was qualified to enter the Dragon Bone Valley, how could he have arrived earlier? There was no way Wu Li would be able to solve that complicated issue in that split second. Countless thoughts gathered and finally, only a single voice remained. Escape. No matter how Desolate Marshal arrived at the dragon race or gained a foothold here to even become the Illumination Dragon young master, Wu Li only knew one thing: the person before him wanted to kill him. The two of them were extremely close. It would be difficult for him to escape directly. Therefore, Wu Li instinctively activated his Essence Spirit secret skill, wanting to delay Su Zimo as much as possible. Spirit Slaying Curse. Wu Li activated the Spirit Slaying Curse. This strange secret skill of the witch race ignored the distance between them and descended once more into Su Zimo's consciousness. Releasing his Essence Spirit secret skill, Wu Li turned and fled. Those two actions were almost done in one go without any pause. However, the moment he turned around, he caught a glimpse of mockery in Su Zimo's eyes. Wu Li's heart sank instantly. He suddenly realized that he had made a huge mistake. He should not have attacked. This was the Dragon Bone Valley. Given his status, as long as he did not attack, even if Desolate Marshal was the Illumination Dragon young master, the latter would not have any reason to be able to kill him. If he did, it would be equivalent to starting a war between the dragon and witch races. However, now that he had arrived at the Dragon Bone Valley and activated an Essence Spirit secret skill on a young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, it was equivalent to giving the other party a reason to kill him. Actually, Wu Li could not be blamed for that. Initially, he thought that he was out of danger completely. However, there was no way he would have expected that this terrifying monster incarnate would have been able to hunt him down to this point. They were even chatting casually moments earlier. Anyone who encountered such a creepy situation would be flustered. Right now, Wu Li only had a single thought. He hoped that he would be able to speak. As long as Su Zimo could not kill him instantly, he would be able to give all the dragons an explanation as long as he could speak. The moment he opened his mouth, Su Zimo activated the Essence Spirit secret skill of his dragon true body as well. A scarlet dragon scale appeared in his consciousness. This was no ordinary dragon scale. It was the most unique, one and only, reverse scale of a dragon. The dragon scale collided gently against the cyclone of the Spirit Slaying Curse. Everything happened silently. The cyclone dissipated. Before Wu Li could say anything, his eyes widened as though he was struck by lightning and the light in his eyes dimmed gradually. In his consciousness, his dark green essence spirit was filled with cracks and had already dissipated. Anyone who touched the reverse scale of a dragon would die. Thump. Wu Li collapsed stiffly and his life force dissipated, turning him into a corpse. The young master of the witch race died in the Dragon Bone Valley. Chapter 11:19 Long Kang. Chapter 11:19 Long Kang. The surroundings were silent. A moment later, an uproar broke out among the dragons. More and more dragons gathered here. The dragons that arrived later did not know what happened at all. The dragons who were initially here were at a loss as well. They could not understand why two people who were on good terms previously would fight all of a sudden. Furthermore, Essence Spirit secret skills were activated immediately. As for the young master of the witch race, his outcome was even worse. He was killed in a single move by their young master and died. Everything happened too quickly. The dragons that welcomed Wu Li initially had not gone far. They turned back hurriedly when they sensed the commotion, only to realize that the person who was alive earlier on was now a corpse. What's going on? One of the Dharma characteristic blue dragons was enraged and glared at Suzimo sternly. Suzimo shrugged his shoulders and replied indifferently, "I invited him out of goodwill. For some reason, he went crazy and released an Essence Spirit secret skill at me all of a sudden. He tried to kill me and I killed him. It's that simple." Suzimo spread his hands innocently. It was way too ridiculous. The Dharma characteristic blue dragon did not believe it at all. The young master of the witch race was fine earlier on. Why would he suddenly go crazy and release an Essence Spirit secret skill on Suzimo? Long Zhu, although you're the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, you can't kill people without rhyme or reason. The Dharma characteristic blue dragon said coldly, "Who would believe your reason?" There were many dragons present at that time. "If you don't believe me, you can ask the other dragons." Suzimo had a calm expression. Indeed, the young master of the witch race attacked first. That's right. He went crazy for some reason and suddenly attacked our young master, even using an Essence Spirit secret skill. In my opinion, he deserved to die. Even in a fight between us dragons, we're not allowed to activate Essence Spirit secret skills. It's unforgivable. Some dragons commented. The Dharma characteristic blue dragon surveyed his surroundings and realized that none of the dragons had odd expressions. If it was a single dragon, he could have faked it. However, it was not possible that all the dragons present were on Suzimo's side. Could the young master of the witch race have truly lost his mind to be bold enough to come to the dragon race to kill someone? The Dharma characteristic blue dragon's mind was in a mess. He knew that things were not that simple. However, he could not think of anything else and could only say hatefully, "Long Zhu, wait here. Killing the young master of the witch race is equivalent to causing a calamity. This matter won't end so easily." The Dharma characteristic blue dragon was about to leave when he saw a group of dragons approaching from the skies not far away. The dragon in the lead wore blue armor and had handsome features. He was tall and had an extraordinary bearing as he walked at the front. There were no dragons that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The dragons surrounded this person like stars surrounding the moon. The appearance of this dragon attracted the attention of all the dragons. Suzimo raised his head and his gaze froze. Long Kang. Without the need for introductions, he could already guess that this was the young master of the blue dragon lineage, the number 1 of the heaven dragon ranking and the only 5-clawed divine dragon, Long Kang. Long Kang had a unique aura. The aura circulated around him and produced a unique atmosphere. Under the atmosphere, all the dragons had to lower their heads unconsciously. A 5-clawed divine dragon. A sovereign of the dragon race. This was a bloodline suppression. However, this suppression was only targeted at other dragons and had no effect on Suzimo. "Young master, you're here." The Dharma characteristic blue dragon from before hurried forward and greeted with cupped fists. Long Kang nodded and looked at Wu Li's corpse expressionlessly. The blue dragon's heart sank as he recounted everything that happened earlier on in detail and even scolded Suzimo at the same time. Long Kang remained silent and stood on the spot with an unchanged expression. No one knew what he was thinking. The initial clamor and discussions calmed down quickly. The surroundings were silent. The dragons held their breaths in awe. It was as though they did not even dare to breathe loudly without Long Kang speaking. The dragons were afraid of disturbing the young master of the blue dragon and incurring the wrath of the five-clawed divine dragon. This was authority. Even though he did not say anything, it was enough to shock everyone present. Su Zimo was the only one who had a calm expression. He could not sense any pressure or aura from Long Kang at all. Although his bloodline was impure, after cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, it was not weaker than Long Kang's. Dead. Long Kang suddenly smiled without any emotions. There were many different types of smiles. Some people smiled because they were amused. Some people smiled because they wanted to kill someone. The dragons did not know what Long Kang's smile meant under such circumstances. All of them gulped, but no one said anything. Right then, powerful mites descended one after another. During this short while, the death of the young master of the witch race had already alarmed the elders of the 5 lineages. 5 elders descended from the skies and frowned as they looked at Wu Li's corpse. On the side of the Illumination Dragon lineage, it was still Elder 4 who appeared to take charge of these matters. The elder of the Horned Dragon lineage was an old acquaintance named Long Zhong. Back then, after Su Zimo defeated Long Yang in the Dragonblood battlefield, this elder of the Horned Dragon lineage leaped out and schemed to get his hands on Baron and the reverse scale secret skill. However, he was blocked by Elder 4 of the Illumination Dragon lineage. In that short period of time, someone had already recounted everything that happened. The 5 elders had different expressions. Long Zhong's old face was ugly as he glared at Su Zimo and hollered, "Long Zhu, how dare you? Kneel down." There was already animosity between the two of them. Although he was an elder of the Horned Dragon lineage, Su Zimo did not have a good impression of him. "Why should I kneel?" Su Zimo glanced at Long Zhong and asked instead. Long Zhong's expression was sharp as he pointed at Wu Li's corpse and said coldly, "You clearly know his identity, yet you still dare to kill him. What's your motive? Are you trying to sow discord between the witch and dragon races?" That was a truly impressive accusation. The dragons' expressions changed. Many dragons who had some ties with Su Zimo were secretly worried for him. Even if discord was sowed, he was the one who provoked it. "What has it got to do with me?" On the other hand, Su Zimo was calm as usual as he sneered, "Elder, do you mean that he's allowed to kill me but I'm not allowed to fight back?" "I didn't say. This is the Dragon Bone Valley." The elder of the Horned Dragon lineage merely uttered 3 words before he was interrupted by Su Zimo. "An outsider arrived at our Dragon Bone Valley and released an Essence Spirit secret skill against a young master of the dragon race to kill him. Yet, you're blaming me for fighting back, Elder Longzhong? Elder, do you mean that dragons should be killed by witches? My life as a young master of the dragon race is inferior to the life of a young master of the witch race. Elder Longzhong, I really want to ask if you're from the witch race or the dragon race." The series of questions were meant to kill. They were even graver than the accusation Long Zhong had planted. Long Zhong's face flushed red and he was speechless for a moment. His eyes were filled with killing intent and he was so angry that he was trembling. Chapter 1120, 2 Loopholes. Chapter 1120, 2 Loopholes. "Long Zhu, don't be rude." When he saw Long Zhong's ugly expression and fuming with anger, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 coughed gently and chided him symbolically. Although combat strength was paramount among the dragon race, there was a strict hierarchy. Even if Su Zimo was the young master of the Illumination Dragon lineage, he could not provoke an elder of the dragon race like that. Of course, the young master of the dragon race and the 5 lineages had a status that was even higher than the elders. How lawless! Long Zhong took a deep breath of air and glared at Su Zimo, saying coldly, "Long Zhu, your identity and background are unknown and you have an impure bloodline. You only arrived here 10 years ago. If we're talking about outsiders, you're more like an outsider." If he had said that 10 years ago, it might have caused quite a stir. However, Su Zimo had already established himself in the dragon race within that 10 years. He was the Illumination Dragon Young Master and the number 1 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Who would believe claims that he was an outsider now? Some Illumination Dragons looked at Long Zhong's flustered expression and pouted in disdain. Sensing the gazes from the surroundings, Long Zhong was even more enraged as he questioned loudly, Longzhu, let me ask you. Even if he attacked first, why didn't you show mercy and exercise restraint? Oh. Su Zimo raised his brow and asked instead, an outsider went berserk and tried to murder me, and yet, you're asking me to exercise restraint, Elder Longzhong? Chuckles sounded from the dragons. To be fair, as long as Wu Li was the one who attacked first, Su Zimo would always have the advantage for this matter. Even in a fight between dragons, essence spirit secret skills are not allowed in the habitat, let alone between other races. Su Zimo continued, everyone knows that essence spirit secret skills are extremely dangerous. I don't quite understand how I should exercise restraint in a fight between essence spirit secret skills. Could you teach me, Elder Longzhong? You. Longzhong narrowed his eyes and a killing intent surged within them. Forget it, let's not argue for now. The elder of the hornless dragon lineage stood out to mediate the situation. Let's think about how we should resolve this situation first. What can we do? Longzhong harumphed coldly. As the young master of the witch race, Wu Li has a noble bloodline and status. Now that he's dead, the location of his death will naturally be divined by a mighty figure of the witch race. Our dragon race won't be able to escape responsibility. At that time, if the witch race comes to question us, we'll just hand Longzhu over. A life for a life. When he heard that, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 frowned and said resolutely, no. The elder of the blue dragon lineage looked towards Long Kang, who was on the ground from time to time. Although Long Kang was not old, as the only 5-clawed divine dragon of the dragon race, his authority was not weaker than an elder of the blue dragon lineage. However, from the beginning to the end, Long Kang did not express anything and merely listened with a quiet, calm expression. Therefore, the elder of the blue dragon lineage did not say anything either. The elder of the winged dragon lineage nodded. That's right. If we hand Longzhu over, it'll seem as though the dragon race is afraid of the witch race. Furthermore, the young master of the witch race was the one in the wrong for this matter. No matter how they looked at it, there was something fishy about this matter. However, the elders could not figure out the crux of the matter. No matter what, Longzhu attacked recklessly and killed the young master of the witch race. We can't let this matter rest just like that. We have to be accountable for it. Longzhong refused to relent on Su Zimo. Illumination Dragon Elder 4 nodded. That's right, we should give him some punishment and teach him a lesson. That's right. Longzhong nodded repeatedly. He must be severely punished. After a brief pause, he could not help but send a voice transmission. How about we have him hand over the Baron and reverse scale secret skills? As though he had not heard anything, Illumination Dragon Elder 4 said in a deep voice, Longzhu, you're reckless and sharp. Now that you've caused such a huge trouble, I'll punish you to reflect on your mistakes in the lair. You're not allowed to exit seclusion until you reach the perfected void reversion realm. When he heard that, Su Zimo was slightly stunned. However, he recovered quickly and smiled internally as he cupped his fists. Understood. How was that a punishment? For most dragons, they spent most of their time in seclusion in their lairs. Furthermore, this action was more of a form of protection than a punishment. The death of the young master of the witch race would definitely cause quite a stir. However, letting Su Zimo enter seclusion was equivalent to letting him avoid this crisis. By the time he cultivated to the perfected void reversion realm and obtained the baptism of the ancestral dragon divine pillar, he would have entered the Dharma characteristic realm and comprehended his innate divine powers. By then, this storm would have long been forgotten. All the elders present exchanged glances. How could they not understand what was going on? However, the elders had a tacit understanding and did not say anything. Only Longzhong's expression darkened as he nodded repeatedly. Great, great. This punishment sure is fair. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left without even looking at Su Zimo. The remaining 4 elders dispersed as well. Just as Su Zimo was about to turn and leave, he realized that Long Kang was watching him from afar. Long Kang had a fake smile on his face and his gaze was deep, as though he could read Su Zimo's mind. Is there anything? Su Zimo raised his brow. Long Kang strode over and only stopped when he stood before Su Zimo. He was a head taller than Su Zimo. Looking down in a condescending manner, he smirked and said softly in an inaudible voice, "Your plan is perfect, but there were 2 loopholes." Oh! Su Zimo was expressionless. Long Kang said, "First, Wu Li was to meet me initially. However, you stopped him all of a sudden and he died right after. That's not a coincidence." Su Zimo said nothing and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. He looked calm. Long Kang did not mind Su Zimo's lack of reaction and continued, "Second, Wu Li did attack you first. However, before he attacked, you made a move." Pausing for a moment, he leaned forward slightly and the smile in his eyes deepened as he whispered, "You removed your mask." When he heard that, Su Zimo smiled. Indeed, Long Kang was truly formidable. The 2 of them had only met for the first time and this person had already displayed shocking insight. Although he was not present and merely listened to the narration of others, he caught 2 imperceptible loopholes of the matter. Su Zimo did not comment. He raised his head slightly and met Long Kang's gaze calmly. Long Kang said, "At first glance, those 2 loopholes don't seem like much. However, if you think about it carefully, there's definitely more to it. When you first stopped Wu Li, you wore the Scorching Moon mask. That was why you guys were able to chat merrily. However, he released his essence spirit secret skill the moment you removed your mask. Let me guess. You guys should have known each other to begin with and have a deep feud. At the very least, Wu Li is afraid of you. Therefore, you wore a mask to meet him and lured him away. The moment you removed your mask, Wu Li thought that you wanted to kill him and was terrified. In his fluster, he released his essence spirit secret skill. That was the worst decision he ever made. That single mistake caused him his life. If he did not make a move, you wouldn't have dared to either. However, when he did, he fell into your trap and gave you a reason to attack." Long Kang smiled gently and asked word by word, "Longzhu, am I right?" Chapter 1121, Beat You into Submission. Chapter 1121, Beat You into Submission. It was an amazing insight. A powerful deduction through logic. Coupled with the bloodline aura and pressure of the 5-clawed divine dragon on Long Kang, anyone else would have had a mental breakdown by now. Unfortunately, Su Zimo still had the same expression. He looked calm and composed, neither servile nor overbearing. Although his thoughts were seemingly seen through, there was no hint of panic in his eyes. This was far from Long Kang's expectations. After his 5-clawed divine dragon bloodline awakened, no one among the younger generation of the dragon race could withstand his might, let alone face to face like this. Even if they were stared at by him for a moment, the other dragons would not be able to withstand it and would be at a loss. Long Kang enjoyed the feeling of defeating others without a fight. However, everything was useless against Su Zimo. It was like a heavy punch that landed on cotton without any resistance. Su Zimo stood there with a calm expression. On the other hand, Long Kang felt his heart stir and he felt frustrated. It was an unpleasant feeling. All these years, he had always been in control of everything. But now, he could not see through Longzhu at all. Long Kang did not know that although Su Zimo looked calm, the latter was full of praises internally. Long Kang was almost able to deduce the entire truth with the 2 loopholes. His capability was truly terrifying. Of course, no matter how Long Kang racked his brains, he would not be able to guess that Su Zimo's essence spirit had split into 2 and formed 2 true bodies. Furthermore, he was wrong about one thing. In his opinion, Su Zimo would not dare to make a move if Wu Li had not made a move. He did not know that Su Zimo was decisive in killing. Even if Wu Li did not attack, he would definitely attack and kill the latter. There was no way Su Zimo would let Wu Li leave alive. Looking at Long Kang in front of him, Su Zimo did not deny nor admit it. He merely said indifferently, "It's all guesswork on your part." Even if Long Kang deduced the truth, he had no proof. Long Kang frowned slightly and the smile in his eyes gradually disappeared. "You don't seem like you're willing to submit," Long Kang said faintly. Su Zimo smiled and asked instead, "Why should I submit?" Neither of them suppressed their voices. The dragons were dumbfounded. In the Dragon Bone Valley, there was not a dragon of the younger generation who dared to speak to Long Kang in such a manner. This was a 5-clawed divine dragon. In the future, he was destined to be the young master of the dragon race, an existence that the 5 lineages respected. In the eyes of the dragons, although Su Zimo was the young master of the Illumination dragon lineage and the number 1 of the hidden dragon ranking, he did not have the qualifications to challenge Long Kang. Interesting. Long Kang extended his palm and patted Su Zimo on the shoulder gently. He spoke as though he was lecturing a child. It's fine if you don't want to submit. Once you enter the Dharma characteristic realm, I'll beat you into submission. Although his words were casual, the dragons mourned for Su Zimo. They could almost see Su Zimo's tragic future. Su Zimo smiled gently and reached out to brush away the dust on his shoulder. Long Kang's gaze froze when he saw that. He had just patted Su Zimo's shoulder earlier on and yet, the latter made such a motion. This was a provocation. This illumination dragon was challenging his dignity. Su Zimo said slowly, "When I enter the Dharma characteristic realm, you'd better hide lest you get pulled down from the number 1 of the heaven dragon ranking and fail to become the young master of the dragon race." It was tit for tat. Long Kang was one of the strongest opponents he had encountered since he started cultivating. Su Zimo's fighting spirit was ignited by such a powerful opponent. All right. Long Kang's gaze intensified and he turned to leave without saying anything more, leaving behind a single sentence. "I'll wait for you." Before long, Long Kang's group disappeared before the dragons. "This Long Zhu is truly reckless," a blue dragon said hatefully. "Young master, you should have been the one receiving the young master of the witch race." However, he jumped the gun and even killed the young master of the witch race. This is unforgivable. Long Kang waved it off gently and said in a casual manner, "It's just a young master of the witch race. It doesn't matter if he's killed." Ah! The dragons were stunned. To them, this was no small matter and could not be resolved so easily. To think that young Master Long Kang would have such an attitude. Long Kang paused in his tracks and looked at the dragons beside him. "It's a blessing that we have a monster incarnate in the younger generation of the dragon race who can kill the young master of the witch race in a single move. What's bad about it?" After pausing for a moment, he changed the topic. "Not bad. This lad has no manners and even dares to challenge me. I'll have to teach him a lesson. Young master, there's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut." A blue dragon immediately said, "Once he enters the Dharma characteristic realm, I'll take action on behalf of you and teach that lad a lesson." "You?" Long Kang glanced at him and chuckled. "You can't beat him." "Ah!" The blue dragon was indignant and could not help but argue, "Young master, no matter what, I'm still at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm and I'm 8th on the heaven dragon ranking. How strong can that lad be right after advancing to the Dharma characteristic realm?" Long Kang shook his head. "I only have one question for you. Can you kill the young master of the witch race in a single move at the void reversion realm?" "I." The blue dragon was speechless. After hesitating for a long time, he whispered, "Perhaps the young master of the witch race was not strong enough and that's why he was killed in a single move." However, even he could not believe his own words. The young masters of the 9 races were the most talented, possessing the greatest combat strength and potential of the younger generation. "Long Zhu, don't disappoint me." Long Kang turned around and murmured in the direction of the Illumination dragon lineage. Over the years, he had been invincible among the younger generation and no one had dared to challenge him, let alone fight him. Not only did Su Zimo's sharpness not anger him, it made him excited instead. The habitat of the Illumination dragon. It was only after Long Kang and the others left that the dragons closed in. "Long Zhu, you were a little rash." Long Shi frowned and sighed with a worried expression. This tyrant dragon of the hornless dragon lineage had changed tremendously in the past 10 years. As long as she was by Su Zimo's side, she would become gentle and pleasant, speaking in soft tones. "It's fine." Su Zimo smiled nonchalantly. "It's still early anyway. He can't attack me while I'm at the void reversion realm." Long Shi's eyes lit up as she clapped. "That's right, that's a good idea. Cultivate slowly. As long as you don't advance to the Dharma characteristic realm, Long Kang won't be able to attack you. Su Zimo shook his head and chuckled without commenting. Given his personality, how could he cultivate slowly because of Long Kang's threat? He wanted to cultivate and advance to the Dharma characteristic realm as soon as possible to see if there were any more chapters at the back of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. When he returned to his lair, Su Zimo released the spirit platform and his essence spirit began to summon his green lotus true body. After relaying everything that happened here, he severed the connection between his two true bodies and entered a long period of seclusion cultivation. Chapter 1122 Heart-Calming Mantra. Chapter 1122 Heart-Calming Mantra. Outside Dragon Bone Valley. Su Zimo only felt relieved after receiving news from his dragon true body and left. Wu Li died in the Dragon Bone Valley. If the witch race wanted revenge, they would only seek the dragon race and not Ethereal Peak. However, his dragon true body was already the young master of the Illumination dragon lineage. Coupled with the prideful nature of the dragon race, it would not be easy for the witch race to demand an explanation. The matter of the witch race could be considered as resolved temporarily. However, this trouble of the witch GU was not over yet. The main reason why this catastrophe could cause such a huge destruction was not because of the witch race, but the movement of all sorts of GU worms. GU sect of the heretical doctrines was naturally the cause of the GU worms' disaster. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo moved once more. Within the palace, Xiaoning had not rested for the past few days and had been refining the 7 treasures blood transformation pill continuously. She had the cultivators of Great Ju send them all over the north region to save as many mortals as possible. Her face was already pale without much color. The 7 treasures blood transformation pill was a grade 5 elixir. A long period of refinement was extremely taxing on the mind and energy of an elixir refinement master. Xiaoning's body swayed. Take a rest. Don't tire yourself out. For the past few days, Ji Yaoshua had been by Xiaoning's side as well. When she saw that Xiaoning did not look well, she could not help but persuade her worriedly. Over the past few days, she had tried to persuade Xiaoning countless times but was rejected by the latter. Sister Yaoshua, I'm fine. Xiaoning gripped the small and exquisite elixir furnace hung on her chest gently and felt a warmth flow through her body through her palm. She was invigorated and the fatigue in her body seemed to have dissipated significantly. It was all thanks to this elixir furnace that she was able to survive for the past few days. Otherwise, she would have broken down long ago. Or rather, all these years, it was thanks to this elixir furnace that she was able to cultivate to the void reversion realm and attain such accomplishments in the Tao of elixir refinement. Xiaoning truly did not dare to rest and could not bear to. Along the way, she had personally witnessed the calamity caused by the trouble of the witch GU. It was not an exaggeration to say that all living beings were devastated. Everywhere was just like hell on earth. Mortals who did not cultivate were completely defenseless against the GU worms and could only be devoured gradually before dying. However, GU worms that devoured the life essence of mortals would not die. Instead, they would gain sentience. Instinctively, these GU worms would follow the aura of life and poison other mortals. The more life essence it devoured, the stronger the GU worms would be. This meant that the longer this dragged on, the more innocent mortals would die under the GU worms and the destruction caused would be even more horrifying. Right then, a green figure descended from outside. Instinctively, Xiaoning looked over and could not help but exclaim in joy, "Brother!" It was Su Zimo who had returned from the Dragon Bone Valley. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. Looking at Xiaoning's expression, he frowned slightly. "Xiaoning, we can't continue with the elixir refinement. You have to rest." "Brother, I can hold on." Xiaoning wanted to argue but was rejected by Su Zimo. "No way." There was an unquestionable determination in his tone. He could tell that she was at her limits. The only reason why she could hold on was because she was expending her life force. If she continued with her elixir refinement, Xiaoning would tire herself out. Turning around, Su Zimo looked at Ji Yaoshua and said softly, "Take a rest as well. It's been hard on you these past few days." I am fine. Pursing her lips, Ji Yaoshue smiled. I'm just accompanying Xiaoning and not refining elixirs. I'm not tired. How much do you know about Jiyu techniques? Su Zimo came to Xiaoning's side and asked a question to divert her attention so that she could finally relax her strung-up emotions. Actually, Jiyu techniques were not meant to harm people in the ancient era. Pondering for a moment, Xiaoning said, initially, the cultivators who created the Jiyu techniques never thought of using it to harm others. Instead, they used it to heal their injuries and raise their combat strength. It is similar to how poison can be used to kill others at times but save lives at others. Su Zimo nodded. According to the different properties of different Jiyu worms, it could indeed achieve such an effect. As the Jiyu techniques grew stronger and more Jiyu masters were produced, many factions were formed, resulting in the birth of some terrifying Jiyu worms. In the ancient era, there were many outstanding individuals with extraordinary knowledge. These experts realized that huge calamities might be caused if the Jiyu worms were allowed to roam freely, so they exterminated many of the frightening Jiyu worms. Xiaoning said, the black blood Jiyu is something that should have been extinct. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo murmured softly, why would a Jiyu worm that should have been extinct revive in this era? I don't know. Rubbing her glabella, Xiaoning shook her head as though she wanted to ease the fatigue in her mind. I'm afraid that only Jiyu sect can provide an answer. No, there's someone else. Su Zimo shook his head with a cold glint in his eyes. The Palace Lord of Blood Crow Palace, who was also the current Dao Being Lone Soul. Dao Being Lone Soul gained rebirth through assimilation on a Jiyu master's body. As such, he naturally knew about the affairs of Jiyu sect. When Su Zimo saw Xiaoning rub her glabella as well as Ji Yaoshue's exhausted expression, his heart stirred as he chanted a secret skill of the Buddhist monastery's softly, heart-calming mantra. This Buddhist mantra did not have any lethality and would only allow one to relieve their frustrations and calm their mind. The deeper one's understanding of Buddhism, the greater the effect of the heart-calming mantra. When Xiaoning and Ji Yaoshue heard the Sanskrit sound of the heart-calming mantra, they did not think too much about it. They merely felt that the Sanskrit sound was rather pleasant. Gradually, the two of them immersed themselves in it. The anxiety and worry in Xiaoning's eyes disappeared slowly as she closed her eyes. Ji Yaoshue was completely immersed in the Sanskrit as well. Under the effect of the heart-calming mantra, both of their minds felt extremely relaxed and relieved. As time passed by, the heart-calming mantra was completed. Xiaoning and Ji Yaoshue had their eyes closed. Both of them looked peaceful and their brows were relaxed. They had already fallen asleep unknowingly. Carefully, Su Zimo placed the two of them down gently. He did not leave but stood guard beside them. Unknowingly, a night passed. When the sun rose in the east, a beautiful figure lying beside Su Zimo moved. Xiaoning was the first to wake up. She blinked and sat up. Her eyes were still a little lost as she did not know what had happened. She only remembered that when she was chatting with Su Zimo, she heard a pleasant Sanskrit sound. Everything went blank thereafter. Ah, it's daybreak. Xiaoning exclaimed. Thereafter, she realized that she could not feel any fatigue at all. She was already well rested after just a single night's sleep. Normally, if Xiaoning was completely exhausted mentally and physically, she might not be able to recover fully even after resting for 3 days and nights. However, with the help of the heart-calming mantra, Xiaoning's body and mind recovered rapidly after a night of sleep. Continue refining the elixirs and rest well. Su Zimo patted Xiaoning on the shoulder and instructed before getting up to leave. You're not waiting for Sister Yaoshue to wake up? Xiaoning asked. No. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. There are some things that have yet to be settled. I have to find an answer. Chapter 1123, 10,000 GU Swamp. Chapter 1123, 10,000 GU Swamp. By the time Su Zimo arrived at Ethereal Peak, the battlefield outside the sect had already been cleared. The moment he descended on the main peak, Night Spirit had already arrived silently. How is it? Su Zimo asked. Killed. Night Spirit remarked casually. Su Zimo looked at Night Spirit deeply but did not ask further. The blind old man was a Dharma characteristic expert of the witch race, and his combat strength was comparable to a human conjoint body mighty figure. Night Spirit would definitely be able to protect himself even though he hunted after the blind old man alone. However, the fact that he was able to kill the latter showed how terrifying his combat strength was. In reality, Night Spirit had never revealed his true strength in front of others. That was because ever since Night Spirit formed his core, he had not taken on his entire demon form. Even back in Myriad Phenomenon City, Night Spirit only revealed a tiny bit of himself. There was a secret in Night Spirit's heart. Su Zimo knew. However, he respected Night Spirit. As long as Night Spirit did not say anything, he would not probe further. Thereafter, the two of them arrived at the disciplinary hall of the sect and saw the dejected Dao Being Lone Soul, who was personally guarded by Nyan Qi. Dao Being Lone Soul raised his initially slumped head when he heard a commotion. At the sight of Su Zimo's figure, hatred filled the depths of his eyes once more. He was filled with hatred. He had not expected that with the strength of the witch race as a backing and an unparalleled momentum, everything would be destroyed by this green-robed cultivator. Back then, this green-robed cultivator was merely at the Foundation establishment realm. To him, that was like nothing but an ant. To think that this ant from the past would grow to such a terrifying realm in just 100 years. More than 100 years ago, Dao Being Lone Soul's dominance plan did not succeed. On the surface, it was because of the Azura Yang Beichen's interference. However, in reality, the reason why Yang Beichen could arrive on time was because of Su Zimo. Back then, because Demoness Ji was worried about Su Zimo's safety, she made use of the relationship between Pure Maiden Sect and Azura Sect to inform Yang Beichen of Ethereal Peak's crisis. Fu. When he saw Su Zimo enter, Dao Being Lone Soul sneered with a hoarse voice. You've failed, haven't you? The young master of the witch race is not someone an ant like you can threaten. When the witch race comes back, all of you from Ethereal Peak will die with me. Knowing that he was going to die today, Dao Being Lone Soul no longer had any fear in his heart. Sorry to disappoint you. Su Zimo replied indifferently, Wu Li is already dead. Impossible. Dao Being Lone Soul was first stunned before he shrieked. He did not believe it. The witch race was one of the primordial 9 races, and the young master of the witch race was the strongest among his peers. There was no way a human cultivator could kill the young master of the witch race. Su Zimo could not be bothered to argue with him. Arriving in front of Dao Being Lone Soul, he looked down at this person who was once a domineering existence and asked, Tell me, where is Jiyu sect? Hee. Dao Being Lone Soul sneered, the catastrophe caused by the black blood Jiyu can't be controlled anymore, right? No matter what you ask, I won't tell you. Since he knew that he was going to die, he had already made up his mind not to reveal anything to Su Zimo. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. I'll see for myself. Suddenly, Su Zimo reached out and pulled Dao Being Lone Soul's essence spirit out. A ball of light appeared in his palm and pitch-black threads extended from the ball of light, connecting to Dao Being Lone Soul's essence spirit. This is. Dao Being Lone Soul was stunned. Soul-searching art. His expression was filled with endless shock and fear. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his essence spirit, as though an invisible force was being absorbed by the black threads that coiled around his body endlessly. Su Zimo activated the soul-searching art and searched Dao Being Lone Soul's memories repeatedly. Actually, as a remnant of the witch race, Dao Being Lone Soul had many secrets in his memories. However, in order to resolve the current Jiyu worm calamity, Su Zimo could only try his best to search for traces of Jiyu sect in that vast sea of memories. A long time later, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Finally, in the latter half of Dao Being Lone Soul's memories, he saw some clues about Jiyu sect. After another short while, Su Zimo finally let out a long breath and ended the soul-searching art. Although Dao Being Lone Soul's essence spirit did not die after the raid of the soul-searching art, its glow had dimmed completely. He stood frozen like an idiot that had lost any ability to think. Without hesitation, Su Zimo crushed Dao Being Lone Soul's essence spirit and killed him. Although Dao Being Lonely Soul was the catalyst for the outbreak of the witch Jiyu, It would not have caused such a terrifying destructive power without the appearance of an extinct GU worm. If he wanted to take drastic measures to resolve the issue of the witch GU, he could only seek an answer from GU Sect. Young master, are you planning to head to GU Sect? Nyan Chi asked. Yes. Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. I'll accompany you. Nyan Chi stood out hurriedly and said eagerly. Ethereal Peak has just gone through this huge battle. Stay and stabilize the situation. Su Zimo smiled. Don't worry, I'm only going to check things out. Given my capabilities, there won't be many people who can stop me from escaping if I sense that something is amiss. I'll go with you. Night Spirit said from the side. All right. Su Zimo was elated. With Night Spirit's help, they could even venture into a tiger or dragon's lair. According to Xiaoning, although GU Sect was one of the 5 heretical doctrines, their overall strength was ranked at the bottom of the 5 heretical doctrines. That was because GU masters spent too much effort to nurture GU worms and there were no top experts in the sect. The reason why GU Sect could be ranked among the 5 heretical doctrines was because of their terrifying destructive power. The bloody calamity of the witch GU this time round was an example of that. The GU worms were still wreaking havoc in the north region. Su Zimo did not linger in Ethereal Peak and sped towards the southwest with Night Spirit. In the cultivation world, there had been no GU masters for countless years. The location of GU Sect was a secret to most cultivators. However, Su Zimo discovered the location of GU Sect within Dao Being Lone Soul's memories. In the southwest corner of the north region, there was an area that was filled with poisonous miasma all year round. It covered the skies and was extremely powerful. Any living being that approached would die from the poison. This region was barren and uninhabited. It was a perilous land. Not to mention cultivators, even many demon beasts would not enter easily. 2 figures appeared on the ground. One of them wore green robes and had delicate features. One of them wore black and had a cold expression. It was Su Zimo and Night Spirit. Outside the miasma, Su Zimo looked down at the land and frowned slightly. The miasma was extremely strong and could isolate spirit consciousness and vision. Even with his spirit consciousness, he could only scan a few hundred meters. 10,000 GU swamp. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. In Dao Being Lone Soul's memories, GU Sect was located above the 10,000 GU swamp and that was its approximate location. However, the place in front of him did not seem related to the words 10,000 GU swamp. Chapter 1124, You're Not Human. Chapter 1124, You're Not Human. Let's go in and take a look. Su Zimo was bold because he was skilled. He merely stayed outside for a moment before charging into the miasma and heading forward. Naturally, Night Spirit had no objections. The moment he entered the miasma, Su Zimo felt his breathing stagnate. If it was the blood chi of his dragon true body, he would not feel any discomfort from the miasma. But now, the toughness of the Green Lotus true body was comparable to a carnate Dao Lord Dharmic weapon. However, its resistance against the miasma poison was much weaker. Su Zimo's heart stirred. 2 balls of flames appeared beside him. One was golden while the other was scarlet. The 2 balls of flames revolved around his body like 2 bright lights, dissipating the surrounding miasma. Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern. This dharmic art of the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra could be used for both offense and defense. Night Spirit entered the miasma with a calm expression as though nothing had happened. Sensing his aura, the miasma retreated automatically. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them did not encounter any obstacles along the way. Before long, a cluster of buildings appeared within the thick miasma not far ahead. Without a doubt, this was GU Sect. Arriving before the mountain gate, Su Zimo put away the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern and stopped for a moment. He did not barge in recklessly. The calamity of the witch GU was caused by Dao Being Lone Soul. However, he could not be certain of the role GU Sect played in this. I'm Dao Being Desolate Marshal. I'm here to visit the sect master of GU Sect because of an important matter. Su Zimo channeled his breath and said loudly. His voice was clear and steady, spreading to every single corner of the sec. The entire mountain gate was silent without any response. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. The mountain gate was situated within the miasma and was filled with strangeness. Apart from the fact that there were no cultivators guarding the mountain gate, no one appeared despite his shout outside. Everything was eerily silent. Night Spirit sniffed and suddenly said, "There's no human presence." Su Zimo did not really understand. Just as he was about to ask, a cultivator suddenly appeared from within the mountain gate and sped over. Before long, the cultivator arrived before them. Wearing a white daoist robe, his cultivation was already at the void reversion realm. The white-robed cultivator sized up the two of them before turning slightly. "Please follow me." With that said, the white-robed cultivator left first. Su Zimo raised his brow, feeling even more confused. It was strange for GU sect to send a void reversion to welcome them. What was even stranger was that the white-robed cultivator did not ask for their purpose and identity. Instead, he invited them into the sect directly. This did not make sense. Of course, it was understandable for GU sect to have some strange etiquette since they were reclusive all year round. Su Zimo and Night Spirit followed behind the white-robed cultivator. Before long, the two of them entered a hall. Along the way, they did not see any other GU masters. It was as though all the GU masters of GU sect were hiding. "Please take a seat and wait for a moment." The white-robed cultivator pointed to the chairs beside him and said indifferently, "I'll brew a pot of tea for the two of you." Glancing at the chairs beside him, Night Spirit pursed his lips and sat down without saying anything. The expression of the white-robed cultivator changed slightly. However, Su Zimo did not move at all. He stood on the spot and narrowed his eyes, looking at the white-robed cultivator's face as though he wanted to make out something. "Fellow daoist, why aren't you sitting?" the white-robed cultivator asked in a seemingly casual manner. "I wouldn't dare to," Su Zimo replied. Although he could not tell what was on the chairs, his spirit perception had already alerted him the moment he wanted to sit on it. Su Zimo did not stop Night Spirit because he knew that Night Spirit would definitely be able to sense it. Such methods posed no threat to Night Spirit. However, Su Zimo was only in his Green Lotus true body right now and he had to take extra caution. The white-robed cultivator did not persuade him further and turned to brew tea. Before long, 2 cups of hot tea with a strong fragrance were brewed and placed on the table. Su Zimo took a glance. The tea was green and clear with a fragrance that seeped into one's lungs. There were a few tea leaves floating on it. It was indeed a good cup of tea. He could not see anything from it. However, he knew that the tea must not be consumed. Night Spirit glanced at it and raised the teacup, draining it in one gulp as though he was oblivious to everything. Thereafter, he smacked his lips, seemingly wanting more. When he saw that, the white-robed cultivator smirked as though he was smiling. Su Zimo finally realized what was wrong. The white-robed cultivator's face was stiff and his gaze was dull. Even that smile earlier on seemed extremely unnatural and sinister. "We're here to pay a visit. Why do you want to harm us?" Su Zimo glared at the white-robed cultivator with a cold expression. Although there were no direct assaults with swords or sabers, the white-robed cultivator had already attacked twice in a row, causing Su Zimo's killing intent to surge. "You're smart and cautious." The white-robed cultivator tilted his head and his face almost touched his shoulder, looking extremely strange. "Unfortunately, this friend of yours is way too lacking." The white-robed cultivator turned to Night Spirit with a mocking gaze and continued, "There's a bone-forming GU buried in the chair you're sitting on. Once this GU worm enters your body, it can turn all your bones into a puddle of pus." "Oh." Unmoved, Night Spirit did not even look at the white-robed cultivator and merely played with the teacup in his hands. The mockery in the white-robed cultivator's eyes intensified as he said, "There are no GU worms in the tea. However, there are a few GU worms on the teacup itself that are hard to discern with the naked eye. The moment you picked up the teacup, the GU worms had already entered your body." The white-robed cultivator looked pleased and tried his best to smile. However, his face was stiff and he looked odd. "So amazing." Night Spirit grinned as well. let alone the fact that there was no way the GU worms could enter Night Spirit's body. Even if they could, they would be killed by Night Spirit's terrifying blood chi instantly without causing any damage to him. The white-robed cultivator exclaimed softly and finally realized that something was amiss. He turned to look at Night Spirit and asked with a frown, "Why aren't you dead yet?" Right then, Suzimo's eyes lit up as he glared at the white-robed cultivator and shook his head. "You're not human." Before he finished his sentence, Night Spirit's figure flashed and arrived before the white-robed cultivator in a flash. With a casual slap, the white-robed cultivator's head was split into pieces. If it was any other ordinary cultivator, they would have been dead by the time their head was shattered and their essence spirit was destroyed. However, even though the white-robed cultivator's head was shattered, an even stronger life force surged forth from his body. Poof! Suddenly, a black shadow extended from the shattered neck of the white-robed cultivator. It reeked of a stench and had a menacing expression as it opened its bloody mouth to devour Night Spirit. Chapter 1125, Blood-Flesh Swamp. Chapter 1125, Blood-Flesh Swamp. Suzimo watched carefully from the side. It was a black blood GU. However, this black blood GU was completely different from what he had seen before. This one had already matured. The aura it emanated was definitely not weaker than that of a void reversion. If it was any other normal cultivator, they would have been flustered by such an unforeseen event. Unfortunately, the black blood GU was facing Night Spirit. Night Spirit's gaze was cold and his expression did not change at all. He swiped down with his palm and crushed the black blood GU that had just appeared. Poof! Black blood splattered. A void reversion black blood GU was dead. In reality, the white-robed cultivator was long dead and the true controller of his body was the black blood GU in his body. That was the reason why the white-robed cultivator's face was stiff and his gaze was dull. There was a huge difference between his actions and those of a true cultivator. Suddenly, Suzimo thought of a possibility. Swish. Right then, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Immediately after, many cultivators surged into the hall and surrounded Suzimo and Night Spirit. All of them had hostile expressions and killing intent. Suzimo surveyed his surroundings. The faces of those cultivators were stiff, no different from the white-robed cultivator earlier on. Without a doubt, these cultivators were long dead. The reason why they could rush here was because the GU worms in their bodies were controlling their bodies. Night Spirit looked at Suzimo with a questioning gaze. "Kill them all," Suzimo said coldly. "There's a change in GU sect." Night Spirit's figure flashed and he lunged into the crowd. Everywhere he passed, cultivators would die. To be precise, it was the GU worms in those cultivators that died. As Suzimo had expected, there were GU worms hidden in the bodies of these cultivators. Not only were there black blood GU, there were also many other GU worms that he had never seen or heard of. These GU worms all had powerful auras. Many of them were at the nascent soul and void reversion realm. Among them, there were even some Dharma-characteristic GU worms. However, against Night Spirit's massacre, those GU worms were still weak. Suzimo charged into the crowd as well. He did not use any other Dharmic arts and merely channeled the Scarlet Flame revolving lantern, causing the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend flames to revolve around him. Any void reversion GU worm that came into contact with the flames would be burned to death before long. If a nascent soul GU worm was tainted by a bit of Dao fire, it would be burned to ashes instantly. Xiaoning had once told Suzimo that the power that GU worms feared the most was fire. The flames that Suzimo cultivated through the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra possessed extremely terrifying lethality. Even some ancient extinct GU worms could not withstand it. Night Spirit's killing methods were extremely sharp. However, in this battle, the damage he dealt to the GU worms could not compare to the 3 Dao fires. Relying on the Scarlet Flame revolving lantern, Suzimo charged into the crowd and cleared an empty path before long. No GU worm could stand in his way. Only Dharma-characteristic GU worms could defend against it. However, before those Dharma-characteristic GU worms could pose any threat to Suzimo, Night Spirit had already closed in and killed them. The temperature in the hall rose continuously. After a while, the 3 Dao fires continued burning and melted many of the stone pillars that supported the hall into boiling lava. The hall collapsed. When the dust dispersed, Su Zimo and Night Spirit stood in the ruins without being affected at all. Su Zimo looked over and his expression changed. Countless GU masters were gathered around the hall and there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Among these GU masters, their cultivation realms varied. There were Qi refinement warriors, foundation establishment cultivators, golden cores, nascent souls and void reversions. Given GU sect's legacy up till now, it was not surprising for them to possess a foundation of this scale. What truly shocked Su Zimo was that he could not see any expression on the faces of the GU masters. All of them had stiff faces and dull gazes. These GU masters were already dead and were controlled by GU worms, turning into walking corpses. They reared Gus, but in the end, they were the ones consumed. The GU worms occupied their bodies and turned them into slaves. It was rather ironic. Poof, poof, poof. Suddenly, the bodies of these GU masters exploded and GU worms crawled out one after another in different colors. Every single GU worm looked malevolent and terrifying, twisting their ugly bodies and emitting a foul stench. The bodies of hundreds of thousands of GU masters shattered and blood flowed like rivers. The mountains and plains were covered in blood and flesh, seemingly turning into a swamp, charging towards Su Zimo and Night Spirit in an unsightly manner. The entire place reeked of blood. Under the envelopment of the blood qi, evil qi filled the air and even the 3 Dao fires turned blurry, flickering. Hundreds of thousands of GU worms could be vaguely seen in the flesh swamp, causing one's scalp to tingle. Finally, Su Zimo understood what the so-called 10,000 GU swamp meant. It was hard to imagine what sort of calamity would happen if hundreds of thousands of GU worms surged into the north region. At that time, the entire Tianhuang mainland would be reduced to a living hell. Su Zimo's gaze was cold as he rose slowly. Circulating his essence spirit, the temperature of the 3 Dao fires around him rose as well. The black blood GU alone was enough to cause a catastrophe in the north region. There was no way he could let them survive. All of them had to be killed. That was the only solution Su Zimo could think of. Burn it. Su Zimo gathered the Immortal Dao fire, Buddhist Dao fire and Fiend Dao fire together to form the Samadhi Dao fire and threw it into the flesh swamp. Swoosh. Raging flames raged. No matter how strong the flesh swamp was, it could not extinguish the Samadhi Dao fire. Su Zimo pushed his essence spirit to its limit. The range of the Samadhi Dao fire extended and burned continuously. Squeak, squeak. Where the Samadhi Dao fire burned, the flesh swamp had already dried up and turned into cracked mud. Countless GU worms shrieked under the Samadhi Dao fire and were burned into ashes. Su Zimo did not hold back and channeled his essence spirit continuously, causing the Samadhi Dao to burn even brighter. The fire engulfed the entire sect. Against the might of the Samadhi Dao fire, even Dharma characteristic GU worms could not last long. As time passed, the Samadhi Dao fire did not stop spreading. Su Zimo's expression turned pale as well. Releasing the Samadhi Dao fire took a huge toll on his essence spirit. After such a long period of release, even Su Zimo's essence spirit felt a huge burden as the power of his essence spirit drained rapidly. Night Spirit no longer attacked and stood guard beside Su Zimo. Even if he made a move, he would not be able to deal as much damage as the Samadhi Dao fire. Furthermore, Su Zimo was channeling his full strength right now. This was the moment when he was at his weakest and could not afford to be distracted. That was why Night Spirit had to guard the vicinity to prevent any accidents. This was GU sect, one of the 5 heretical doctrines after all. Night Spirit could vaguely sense that an even stronger existence was awakening deep underground. Chapter 1126, Metal Devouring GU. Chapter 1126, Metal Devouring GU. Although GU sect was ranked last among the 5 heretical doctrines, it had a long history and deep foundation. Now, there was no actual GU master to be seen in GU sect, all of them were fused with GU worms. Such a huge change would not have been achievable without an even stronger GU worm, a conjoint body GU worm. Both Suzimo and Night Spirit were at the Void Reversion realm. With their immense talent and multiple trump cards, they could definitely kill a Dharma characteristic expert across a major cultivation realm. However, if the two of them were to fight against a conjoint body expert, it would be hard to tell who would win given the difference of two major cultivation realms. Neither of them could defend against the power of a conjoint body. Their only chance of winning was to find the other party's weakness and work together to defeat him. Previously, the blind old man of the witch race was killed by the combined attack of the two of them. Although that battle seemed simple, it was actually extremely dangerous. If not for the 54 green lotus seeds protecting his black-haired essence spirit, Suzimo would have been reduced to a corpse back then. Even if Night Spirit was the only one left, it would be difficult for him to severely injure the blind old man, let alone kill the latter. Bang! Boom! Boom! The ground quaked violently and a mound protruded slowly. The ground cracked open as though some terrifying living being was about to charge out. Clang! Cold lights flashed. A gigantic, slender claw that resembled a guillotine extended from the ground and sliced the ground into two. Clang! Immediately after, another sharp claw reached out from the ground. Boom! Two sharp claws grabbed the ground and a gigantic dark golden figure burst out of the mud, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere. Suzimo narrowed his eyes and gasped when he saw the gigantic creature. This GU worm was dark gold in color and had 6 legs, 2 feelers and a pair of front claws. Each of its feet was like a blade that shone with a cold glint and was incomparably sharp. There seemed to be no flaws on the GU worm's body. It was as though he was wearing a dark golden armor. Waving the 2 gigantic guillotines at the front, the eyes on its head shone with a ferocious glint. The moment Suzimo's spirit consciousness made contact with the GU worm, it was repelled. Even his spirit consciousness could not penetrate the dark golden armor. Of course, even without the scan of his spirit consciousness, he could tell from the aura that this was definitely a conjoint body realm GU worm. Metal devouring GU. Suddenly, the records of GU worms that Xiaoning had told him flashed through Suzimo's mind. The metal-devouring GU was one of the top 10 ancient GU worms. It could devour the 5 metals and strengthen itself continuously. Its body was tough and invulnerable to weapons, water and fire. It was extremely ferocious. Be careful, Suzimo reminded with a grim expression. At that moment, he was still using the Samadhi Dao fire to burn the remaining GU worms and could not attack. In other words, they could only depend on Night Spirit to fight against the metal-devouring GU. The current situation was even more dangerous than when they were fighting the blind old man. The blind old man had an obvious weakness of his weak physique. Be it Night Spirit or Suzimo, they could rely on their physiques to get as close to the blind old man as possible and injure him severely. However, the metal-devouring GU clearly did not have such a weakness. Given its conjoint body realm cultivation, it was even stronger than Night Spirit and Suzimo in terms of melee combat strength. Furthermore, Suzimo and Night Spirit had joined forces against the blind old man back then. But now, Night Spirit was alone. Actually, the wisest decision for the two of them was to leave this place. Given their capabilities, even if the metal-devouring GU was at the conjoint body realm, it would have difficulties retaining the two of them here. However, the reason why Suzimo came this time round was to sever the root of the calamity of the witch GU. Now that he knew that GU sect had undergone a huge change, there was no way he could leave. He had to kill all of these GU worms here. Endless trouble might ensue if he missed this opportunity. 2 ants have ruined my plans. The metal-devouring GU's eyes sank deep into its sockets as it glared at Suzimo and Night Spirit. Its voice was sharp and piercing like metal clashing against stone. A cold metallic luster shone in its eyes that were filled with hatred. Against the metal-devouring GU, Night Spirit's expression was cold and there was no fluctuation in his eyes. In a flash, he disappeared into midair. The metal-devouring GU did not move. It merely moved its guillotine-like front claws and slashed behind it. The strength and speed of a conjoint body was shockingly fast. The void was torn and a pitch-black scar appeared when the claws slashed down. Clang. Night Spirit was forced out. His movement technique was agile like a phantom and kills were guaranteed with every strike of his. There were few people who could force him out. However, this conjoint body metal devouring GU managed to do it. Not only that, there was even a trace of blood in midair. The slash landed on Night Spirit's arm and cut through his skin, leaving an extremely deep wound with blood gushing out. Night Spirit's gaze turned cold. Hey! A look of surprise flashed through the metal-devouring Gu's eyes. He had not expected the void reversion ant before him to be able to defend against his sharp claws. Given his strength and the power of the guillotine claws, even conjoint body mighty figures of the human race would be sliced into two with a single slash. His body can withstand my claws. The killing intent in the metal-devouring Gu's eyes intensified as it swayed and turned into a golden beam of light that lunged towards Night Spirit. Clang, clang, clang. The metal-devouring Gu's 6 legs moved on the ground, emitting sparks. Although its body was massive, it was extremely fast. In a flash, Night Spirit arrived above the metal-devouring Gu's head. He stretched out his palm and sharp claws protruded from his fingertips as he stabbed down viciously at the metal-devouring Gu's head. The metal-devouring GU waved its front legs and charged towards Night Spirit's claws. Clang. The two of them clashed head-on. Night Spirit shuddered and another wound appeared on his palm, dripping with blood. However, there was no hint of panic in his eyes. A long tail popped out from behind him. It was covered in purple scales and its tailbone was sharp, piercing towards the back of the metal-devouring GU. This was Night Spirit's killing move. Sensing danger, the metal-devouring GU suddenly shrieked. The soft feelers that were initially drooping on his head suddenly flung out like 2 steel whips towards Night Spirit. Night Spirit's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he twisted his body and dodged in a flash, avoiding the whipping of one of the feelers. Piak! Night Spirit shuddered. His tailbone had just pierced the back of the metal-devouring GU when he was struck by the other feeler and was sent flying. Poof! In midair, Night Spirit coughed out a mouthful of blood and his face turned paler. This was the power of a conjoint body that he was struck squarely by. If it was anyone else, not to mention void reversions, even Dharma characteristic Tao Lords would have been sliced into two by the feelers of the metal-devouring GU. The feelers of the metal-devouring GU were even more terrifying than divine weapons. Although they looked extremely thin, they were incomparably sharp. A scar appeared on Night Spirit's body with scarlet blood oozing out. Su Zimo looked anxious when he saw that. The strength of this metal-devouring GU was far beyond their imagination. If they could not deal with it properly, both of them would die here. Chapter 1127, Terrifying Body. Chapter 1127, Terrifying Body. The Samadhi Dao fire was still burning. Su Zimo's essence spirit was almost pushed to its limits and his face turned paler. The entire GU sect was in a sea of flames and there were not many remaining GU worms. Su Zimo had to exterminate all of them before he could free himself to help Night Spirit. The range of the Samadhi Dao fire released this time was too wide and it lasted for too long. His essence spirit had already been thoroughly exhausted. He could no longer use any dharmic powers or release any dharmic arts. His green lotus true body relied on dharmic arts the most. The Samadhi Dao fire and the heaven slaying sword art were both burst-type dharmic arts. This meant that if Su Zimo joined the battle, he could only rely on his body to fight the metal-devouring GU in melee combat. However, given the current situation, even Night Spirit could not gain any advantage in melee combat. There was a difference of 2 major cultivation realms between them. The metal-devouring GU was one of the top 10 ancient GU worms. After devouring the 5 metals, its body was indestructible and its strength and speed were even above Night Spirit. Even if he were to join forces with Night Spirit, they might not be a match for the metal-devouring GU. Just as he was pondering, a golden light flashed before his eyes and he felt a sense of danger. Su Zimo did not have time to think as he tilted his body slightly. If he was in his peak condition, he might be able to dodge it. But now, his essence spirit was weak and he had expended a lot of mental energy. Even with his spirit perception, his body could not keep up with his reaction. He could only try his best to avoid any fatal damage. Piak. The golden light landed on Suzimo. Blood splattered. Suzimo grunted and his face broke out in cold sweat. The golden light was none other than one of the metal-devouring goose feelers. During the exchange earlier on, 2 feelers whipped towards Night Spirit. Night Spirit dodged one of them but was struck by another. As for the first feeler, it changed directions and suddenly expanded by dozens of feet, turning into a golden beam of light that struck Suzimo heavily. There was a deep wound on Suzimo's shoulder where the feeler swiped and blood gushed profusely. His skin was made from the lotus leaves of a grade 6 creation green lotus. Even Carnate Tao Lord Dharmic weapons might not be able to cut through his skin. However, that seemingly weak feeler nearly tore off Suzimo's entire arm. His body swayed for a moment and he grit his teeth, persevering to continue channeling the Samadhi Tao fire to kill the few GU worms remaining. If any of these GU worms were released, countless living beings would die. Even though Night Spirit was injured, his expression did not change and his gaze was still cold. However, when he saw that Suzimo was injured, a ball of rage finally surged in his eyes. With a deep roar, he gave off a shuddering aura. That aura seemed like it came from the ancient primordial era and was terrifying. There was a difference of 2 major cultivation realms between them. However, the metal-devouring GU felt its heart skip a beat against that aura. This pressure made it have the urge to bow down. This was a bloodline suppression. This was a dominance that came from the depths of one's bloodline in ancient memories. What is that? The metal-devouring GU glared at Night Spirit and thought to itself as the metallic glint in its eyes deepened. Although their fight earlier on was short and it had the absolute advantage, it was truly shock. The sharp purple tail that suddenly appeared behind Night Spirit even gave it a strong sense of death. The metal-devouring GU was extremely puzzled. He did not feel such pressure even from the witch race. Now that Night Spirit was enraged, the metal-devouring GU became even more cautious. Swash! Night Spirit's figure swayed and turned into a streak of light, disappearing from the spot instantly. This speed was far beyond the limits of the Void Reversion realm. Even Dharma characteristic Tao Lords might not be able to track Night Spirit. However, the eyes of the metal-devouring GU shone brightly with a golden light and its eyesight was enhanced. It accurately determined Night Spirit's landing spot and waved its front claws. Cold lights flashed. Its front claw slashed down like a gigantic guillotine towards Night Spirit. Although he was in midair, Night Spirit could still dodge and twist continuously to avoid the incoming claw. Immediately after, another cold light flashed. Its other front claw slashed down in advance, completely sealing off Night Spirit's escape route. Suddenly, Night Spirit's body curled into a tiny ball in midair, barely avoiding the front claw. Oh! Oh! 2 streaks of golden light tore through the air as the wind howled in a breathtaking manner. The metal-devouring goose attacks were relentless. After the sharp front claws slashed down, it was the terrifying feelers. The feelers were unusually agile and whipped towards Night Spirit as though they were alive. At that moment, if Night Spirit retreated, he could still avoid the 2 feelers. However, if he retreated, it would mean that Suzimo would be exposed to the metal-devouring GU once more. In a flash, pitch-black scales appeared on Night Spirit's body. Ignoring the whipping of the feelers, he swooped down and grabbed the back of the metal-devouring GU. Piak! Almost at the same time, the 2 feelers whipped Night Spirit viciously with a crisp sound. Night Spirit shuddered. This time round, even with the defense of the scales, 2 bloody wounds appeared on his body. His clothes were in tatters. Seizing the opportunity, Night Spirit had already arrived before the metal-devouring GU and attack. Phew! A purple shadow flashed. Night Spirit's tail stabbed towards the metal-devouring goose head. Break! The metal-devouring GU reacted extremely quickly and roared. Its front claws were like a pair of gigantic scissors that suddenly closed and cut fiercely, clamping Night Spirit's tail between them. Clang! The 2 front claws were the toughest and sharpest weapons on the metal-devouring GU, even divine weapons could not match them. However, Such terrifying claws coupled with the strength of the conjoint body realm could not cut Night Spirit's tail. Sparks flew everywhere. Night Spirit's gaze turned cold as he reached out and grabbed the back of the metal-devouring GU fiercely. Sharp claws extended from Night Spirit's fingertips. When they made contact with the metal-devouring gooseback, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal screeching. Sizzle. Night Spirit's claws scratched 10 wounds on the back of the metal-devouring GU. Up till this point of the battle, the metal-devouring GU was finally injured. However, Suzimo and Night Spirit did not relax at all. Suzimo could clearly see that the blood flowing out of the metal-devouring goosewound was shimmering with a dark golden metallic luster. The flesh of this ancient GU worm was completely filled with metal. Night Spirit's scratch was met with obstructions. He merely tore through the metal-devouring gooseflesh and did not manage to injure it severely. What was even more frightening was that under Suzimo's gaze, the 10 wounds on the back of the metal-devouring GU were healing at a visible speed. Pest! What terrifying regeneration capabilities! Its rate of regeneration was almost comparable to his dragon true body. Although he did not know much about GU worms, Suzimo believed that even as one of the top 10 ancient GU worms, the original body of the metal-devouring GU would not be able to reach this level. Otherwise, there would have been a spot for the GU worms in the primordial 9 races. How did this metal-devouring GU cultivate its body to such a terrifying degree? Chapter 1128, Primordial Taboo. Chapter 1128, Primordial Taboo. Hee. The metal-devouring GU sneered. On the surface, the fight earlier on was an internecine outcome. However, in reality, the metal-devouring GU was not affected at all. Given its powerful regeneration capabilities, the wound on its back would heal before long. However, Night Spirit's situation was different. Night Spirit's body was terrifying as well. In that short period of time, the few wounds caused by the metal-devouring GU on his body gradually healed as well. However, the power of the conjoint body realm had already surged into his body and it was difficult to resolve such internal injuries within a short period of time. After being repeatedly struck by the feelers of the metal-devouring GU, a trace of blood had already seeped out of the corner of Night Spirit's mouth. Right then, Suzimo's body swayed and he retracted his Samadhi Dao fire dharmic formulation, panting slightly. All the GU worms were dead. Right now, this metal-devouring GU was the only one left. Suzimo shifted and assumed a triangular formation with Night Spirit, prepared to fight to the death against this beast. Be careful, its front claws and feelers are extremely sharp. Night Spirit reminded. 2 ants. The metal-devouring goo's cold eyes darted around as it looked at the ruins around it. It released a torrential killing intent and attacked Suzimo first. Phew! Phew! 2 feelers tore through the air. Suzimo's expression changed. It was only when he fought against that beast that he truly realized how terrifying it was. It was too fast. This was the power and burst of a conjoint body realm cultivator. He could no longer capture the tracks of the 2 feelers with his naked eyes and spirit consciousness. Although his spirit perception warned him, Suzimo was in a weakened state and could not use his dharmic powers. As such, he could not release lightning escape or ethereal wings. The bloodline of the Green Lotus true body was not strong. He could not dodge it with his physical body alone. Pa. Pa. There were 2 crisp sounds. 2 balls of blood mist burst forth from Suzimo's body. He had just charged forward when he was sent flying at an even faster speed. His chest was lacerated with fresh blood. Roar. Night Spirit's roar sounded. He had already arrived before the metal-devouring GU and extended his claws once more. This time round, a purple flame appeared on his claw. Both sides engaged in melee combat. The front claw of the metal-devouring GU slashed down, leaving a deep wound on Night Spirit's body. In fact, a single scale was sliced off and buried into the debris. As for Night Spirit, his claws scratched a wound on the metal-devouring GU as well. The wound was extremely deep. The metal-devouring GU cried out in pain. There were some purple flames on the wound inflicted by Night Spirit. Even with the strong regeneration capabilities of the metal-devouring GU, it could not heal within a short period of time. Bang! With a swipe of its 6 legs, the metal-devouring GU swayed and struck Night Spirit once more, sending him flying. Poof! Night Spirit spat out a mouthful of blood. Graw! The metal-devouring GU reared its head and shrieked in rage. Zimo had already gotten up from the ground. Although the wounds on his body were shocking, the feelers of the metal-devouring GU could not injure his bones. The toughest part of the Green Lotus true body was its bones. If it was anyone else, they would have long lost their combat strength after suffering such a serious injury. However, the foundation of his Green Lotus true body was a grade 6 creation Green Lotus. Furthermore, many divine weapons were infused into his bones. At the same time that the metal-devouring GU sent Night Spirit flying, Zimo seized the opportunity to close in. He twisted his palm and used it like a saber, slashing down at the neck of the metal-devouring GU. Bang! The metal-devouring GU did not move at all when the slash landed. On the other hand, Zimo's palm was hurt from the recoil. The metal-devouring GU did not suffer any damage at all. Zimo's heart sank. This meant that even if the metal-devouring GU did not move, it would be difficult for him to injure it in his current condition. Poof! Right then, a cold glint flash. Zimo's eyes widened and he felt a tearing pain in his chest, as though he was pierced by something. He lowered his head instinctively. A metal blade as thick as an arm had already pierced through his chest. It was a hind leg of the metal-devouring GU. Although the metal-devouring GU's hind legs did not have the same attack power as its front claws, they were extremely sharp and could pierce through the Green Lotus true body. The man and GU were too close. Zimo's attention was entirely focused on the metal-devouring GU's front claws and feelers, and he did not notice this at all. The moment his spirit perception alerted him, the hind leg had already pierced through his chest. Zimo's body trembled slightly as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Night Spirit's eyes widened at the sight of that. He bent down and sprawled on the ground with both hands. His entire body was swooping down and his black hair scattered as his gaze surged with endless killing intent. Oh! From the looks of it, you're about to revert to your true form? The metal-devouring GU sneered. I want to see just what you are. Night Spirit seemed to have made a decision and a resolute look flashed through his eyes. Crackle! A sound of bones cracking could be heard from within Night Spirit's body. A terrifying aura burst forth and the world fell silent. It was as though a terrifying living being from the primordial era was awakening within Night Spirit's body. The metal-devouring GU's heart skipped a beat. It suddenly felt a semblance of regret. Under its gaze, Night Spirit's body expanded and underwent a massive transformation. In the blink of an eye, Night Spirit had already transformed into a demon beast that was 100 feet tall. It was pitch black with scales all over its body and its tail was purple. Its tailbone was sharp, as though it could pierce through any defense. The head of this demon beast was gigantic and resembled a wolf's head. However, it was much more sinister than a wolf's head. Rows of sharp teeth that were intertwined with one another appeared in its opened mouth, shimmering with a cold glint. His sharp teeth alone could rip any living being apart. Night Spirit's 4 legs were pitch black, but they burned with 4 balls of sinister purple flames. His eyes were purple as well and he looked at the metal-devouring GU as though he was looking at an ant. It was an extremely strange feeling. Night Spirit was clearly at the Void Reversion Realm and was 2 major cultivation realms weaker than the metal-devouring GU. However, the metal-devouring GU seemed to be inferior in the face of Night Spirit. Zimo looked at Night Spirit blankly. After so many years, Night Spirit had finally reverted to his true form. After so many years, Night Spirit had changed quite a bit. If he had not seen it personally, he would have found it hard to believe that the ferocious beast that looked down on the world as though it could suppress everything was the palm-sized black dog from before. Roar! Staring at the metal-devouring GU, Night Spirit raised his head and let out another earth-shaking roar. Zimo's figure was still hanging on the metal-devouring GU's back leg. He could clearly sense this conjoint body metal-devouring GU trembling against the roar. The metal-devouring GU was terrified. Why you are, the legendary taboo? A primordial taboo? The metal-devouring goo's voice was trembling and its metallic luster could not conceal the doubt, panic and shock in its eyes. How can this be? The metal-devouring GU took half a step back and glared at Night Spirit, who was not far away, muttering softly, "How can you still be alive? A living being like you should have been extinct in the primordial era long ago." Chapter 1129, The Might of Night Spirit. Chapter 1129, The Might of Night Spirit. Night Spirit's gaze was cold and his 100-feet-tall figure did not seem clumsy at all. He was extremely agile and closed in instantly. Zimo could clearly sense that Night Spirit's strength and speed had increased after he transformed into his true form. The first reaction of the metal-devouring GU was not to fight head-on, but to retreat. The metal-devouring GU was at the conjoint body realm after all. Given its cultivation realm, even Night Spirit, who was in his true form, might not be able to catch up to it if it wanted to escape with its full might. Night Spirit might be in danger if the metal-devouring GU were to escape. The reason why Night Spirit was so cautious and refused to reveal his true form even when he was surrounded by so many Rakshasas in Myriad Phenomenon City was because he was wary. But now, although the Night Spirit did not mention what race Night Spirit was from, the word taboo alone was enough to explain many things. Even with their wariness towards the primordial 9 races, humans had never referred to them as taboos. However, Night Spirit was a taboo of the primordial era. The main reason why Night Spirit had reverted to his true form was because he was in danger. Another reason was that there were no other living beings here apart from the 3 of them. As long as Night Spirit could kill the metal-devouring GU, his secret would not be exposed. However, Night Spirit would be completely disadvantaged if the metal-devouring GU managed to escape. In a flash, those thoughts flashed through Zimo's mind. He made a prompt decision and channeled the 54 green lotus seeds in his consciousness. Multicolored light filled the air. Many green lotus seeds gathered rapidly and formed a sharp green sword in the blink of an eye. The Essence Spirit Killing Sword, Green Lotus Sword. Zimo's Essence Spirit was weak and his body was pierced. There were only a few methods left that could threaten the metal-devouring GU. Slay! Zimo shouted. His consciousness expanded and a beam of light tore through the air. As it looked at Night Spirit lunge over, the metal-devouring GU wanted to retreat when a green beam of light slashed down from the corner of its eye. At the same time, it sensed an intense spirit consciousness fluctuation. The metal-devouring GU was alarmed. The moment the green light appeared, its essence spirit felt a sharp pain. The metal-devouring GU had no time to think as it hurriedly released its essence spirit secret skill to defend against it. A golden light surged out of its consciousness. The golden light seemed to be made of the toughest metal in the world. It was unusually heavy and unshakable as it collided against the green lotus sword. Clang! The two collided. The void trembled. The green lotus sword shattered into many green lotus seeds. The golden light dimmed a little as well. However, the spirit consciousness fluctuation on the golden light was still extremely powerful and terrifying. The golden light did not stop and charged towards Zimo's glabella. At that moment, Zimo's body was still hanging on the back of the metal-devouring GU and he could not escape. There was no way for him to avoid the killing intent of the Essence Spirit secret skill. A conjoint body's Essence Spirit secret skill was not something Zimo could defend against. The fact that the Green Lotus Sword could defend against the golden light for a moment and reduce its Essence Spirit power was already not bad. Right then, a purple light flashed. Night Spirit swayed its tail and its sharp tailbone collided heavily against the golden light in midair. Boom! The golden light dissipated. Night Spirit shuddered as well. Zimo's gaze froze and his heart skipped a beat. At its foundation, an Essence Spirit secret skill was still a spirit consciousness attack. Be it dharmic weapons, bodies, or claws, none of them could defend against it. The only way to defend was using spirit consciousness or specific essence spirit dharmic weapons. Zimo had always known that Night Spirit's tail was extremely strong and even sharper than his fangs and claws. However, He had not expected that the tail could defend against Essence Spirit secret skills. The two of them barely managed to defend against the metal-devouring Goo's Essence Spirit secret skill with their combined strength. With that delay, it was already too late for the metal-devouring GU to escape even if it wanted to. Phew! Two feelers tore through the air and whipped towards Night Spirit viciously. Night Spirit did not dodge or avoid. He lunged forward directly and allowed the two feelers to whip out two blooded wounds on his body. As though he could not feel the pain, Night Spirit extended his sharp front claws and pressed the two front claws of the metal-devouring GU to the ground. Right on the heels of that, Night Spirit lowered his head and opened his mouth, revealing a menacing expression as he bared his sharp fangs towards the neck of the metal-devouring GU. Graw! Sensing the danger, the metal-devouring GU shrieked and moved its 6 legs, twisting its massive body in an attempt to break free from Night Spirit's suppression. Right then, a vicious glint flashed through Suzumo's eyes as he gripped the hind leg that was thrust into his chest. He spun his body and exerted strength. He used the bones of his Green Lotus true body to trap the metal-devouring Goo's hind leg. A tearing pain spread from his chest and seeped into his bones. Even though the bones of his Green Lotus true body were made from the lotus stems and many divine weapons, they could not withstand the power of the metal-devouring GU. Cracks appeared on his chest. The front claws of the metal-devouring GU were held down by Night Spirit. Among the 6 legs, one of the hind legs was restricted by Suzumo. The metal-devouring Goo's body lost its balance and its movements became clumsy. Night Spirit had already bitten down viciously. That single bite landed on the neck of the metal-devouring GU. Night Spirit's mouth was filled with sharp teeth and in the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of finger-sized holes on the neck of the metal-devouring GU. Suzumo could clearly see that the metal-devouring Goo's head had already turned to the side. Night Spirit's bite was way too strong. Even though the metal-devouring GU was a conjoint body realm GU worm with an indestructible body, that single bite nearly snapped its neck. A series of painful shrieks came from the depths of the metal-devouring Goo's throat. Bang! With its life on the line, a tremendous power burst forth from the metal-devouring GU and sent Night Spirit flying. Its hind leg trembled and it flung Suzumo away. Suzumo's Green Lotus true body was almost torn into 2 by that attack and he fell heavily to the ground, losing a lot of blood chi. Night Spirit fell not far away, drenched in blood as well. However, he merely somersaulted on the ground and got up immediately. Not far away, the metal-devouring GU panted heavily. The wound on its neck was way too serious. Sticky blood dripped continuously with a dark golden luster. Even with its strong regeneration capabilities, it was difficult for it to recover. Roar! With a roar, Night Spirit charged forward once more. Poof! 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 He waved his sharp claws and his figure flashed. Using his movement speed, he left deep wounds on the metal-devouring GU. The metal-devouring Goo's feelers and front claws flailed desperately. However, it was too severely injured and its aura was completely suppressed by Night Spirit. Even if it retaliated, it could not affect Night Spirit too much. The metal-devouring Goo's injuries worsened. On the other hand, Night Spirit was getting fiercer as he fought with a calm expression. In that moment, Night Spirit seized an opportunity and leaped onto the metal-devouring GU. His sharp hind claws gripped the metal-devouring Goo's bleeding neck tightly as he gripped its head with his front claws and exerted strength. A tremendous force burst forth and the metal-devouring GU was almost pressed into the mud, unable to move at all. Even the feelers on its head were pressed under Night Spirit's claws. Roar! Under the night sky, a gigantic black demon beast stood on a dark gold GU worm and swayed its purple tail. Its 4 legs burned with purple flames as it reared its head and howled into the skies, exuding a savage aura that looked down on all living beings and dominated the world. Chapter 1130 Reappearance of the Divine Spring. Chapter 1130 Reappearance of the Divine Spring. Like an ant, the metal-devouring GU could not move at all under Night Spirit's feet. As expected of, a primordial taboo. Those were the final words of the metal-devouring Gu. Poof! Night Spirit wagged his tail. A purple shadow flashed and pierced the metal-devouring Gu's head. Its essence spirit was killed on the spot by Night Spirit as well. When Suzimo saw that, he heaved a long sigh of relief and relaxed his tense spirit. The wound on his chest was grisly and his organs were pierced. The metal-devouring Gu whipped out a few bone-deep wounds on his body as well that were still bleeding. An intense pain assaulted him once more. Suzimo grunted and laid on the ground, unable to move at all. His consciousness was blurry and waves of fatigue surged into his heart, almost causing him to faint. Although the Green Lotus true body was tough, its bloodline was not strong and it did not have any self-healing capabilities. If this was his dragon true body, he might be able to recover completely from such serious injuries after recuperating for half a month or so. However, for the Green Lotus true body, it was unknown how long it would take for him to recover completely. Right then, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. Night Spirit arrived beside Suzimo. The two of them exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. Night Spirit was also covered in injuries and looked wretched. He had probably never encountered such a dangerous battle up till this point of his cultivation and had even exposed his secret. Of course, Night Spirit's physique was strong and his regeneration capability was shocking. Even though he was injured all over, he still had the strength to walk. He reached out, wanting to help Suzimo up. "No, I can't walk anymore. I have to lie here for some time." Suzimo chuckled bitterly. "Your physique has weakened significantly. How did this happen?" Night Spirit frowned slightly and did not continue. He witnessed how Suzimo underwent dragonification back in Myriad Phenomenon City and released his blood chi to kill the god race leader on the spot. It was evident that Suzimo's current body was much weaker. "It's a long story and isn't easy to explain." Suzimo said, "To put it simply, I split my essence spirit into two and created two true bodies. My other true body is now with the dragon race." Even if someone were to say that their essence spirit had split into two and formed two true bodies, it would be difficult for others to understand. To his surprise, Night Spirit nodded. "Cloning. I know a little about that." This time round, Suzimo was surprised and could not help but say, "My situation is not like those external clones in the cultivation world. Both of my true bodies have essence spirits and are different from clones. There were some cloning techniques in the cultivation world. However, the combat strength of each clone was greatly reduced and they did not have essence spirits residing within, so they naturally did not have much consciousness. In other words, those clones were not independent life forms. There was no way for them to cultivate independently." "I know." Night Spirit nodded. "Actually, the cloning techniques circulated in the cultivation world are the most inferior ones." "Oh." Suzimo was curious. Night Spirit continued, "Top-tier cloning techniques are like yours. The clones are no different from the true body with individual essence spirits that can conduct independent cultivation. For example, the three pures of the Immortal sects, the three bodies of the Buddhist monasteries and the three corpses of the Fiend sects are all similar formulations." Suzimo was dumbfounded. He had never heard of the three pures or three corpses. However, he had some understanding of the three bodies of the Buddhist monasteries. The so-called three bodies referred to the past, present, and future. Suzimo had unintentionally read a simple explanation from a Buddhist sutra at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. He had never understood the true meaning of the three bodies. To think that the three bodies of the Buddhist monasteries was a top-tier dharmic formulation. These dharmic formulations. Suzimo hesitated for a moment. Night Spirit shook his head and pointed to the firmaments. "These are all dharmic formulations of the upper world. There's none in Tianhuang mainland. I've only seen some of them in my inherited memories." "I see." A look of pity appeared in Suzimo's eyes. "I'll carry you and take a look down there." When Night Spirit saw that Suzimo could not move, he carried Suzimo carefully on his back and walked towards the crack not far away. "What's down there?" Suzimo asked curiously. Both of them were severely injured and could not move much. However, It was rare for Night Spirit to be so persistent despite his injuries. Upon hearing Suzimo's question, a strange look flashed through Night Spirit's eyes as he murmured, "There might be something good down there." Night Spirit's sense of smell was extremely sharp. Back when he was still a palm-sized black dog and hid in Suzimo's embrace, he could already smell the fragrance of the dragon egg in the Dragon Bone Valley. A gigantic crack appeared in the middle of the ruins of Gu sect. It was dark and bottomless. It was the crack that was formed when the metal-devouring Gu broke out from the ground. Standing at the edge of the crack, Night Spirit observed for a moment and sniffed a few more times before climbing down slowly. The surroundings were dark. Suzimo's essence spirit was weak and the eyesight of his Green Lotus true body was not strong. He could barely see his surroundings and could only hang on to Night Spirit, feeling drowsy. Night Spirit knew that Suzimo's injuries were extremely severe and he was light on his feet. He was neither fast nor slow and tried his best to reduce the vibration. After an unknown period of time, Night Spirit shuddered. Suzimo was jolted awake as well. The two of them had already landed on the ground. Night Spirit continued in another direction. Suzimo muttered softly. The air in front of them was a little moist and contained immense vitality. He took a breath and the pain in his body seemed to lessen. After another while, Night Spirit stopped in his tracks. The space before them cleared up. It was a wide and spacious cave. In the depths of the cave, there was a faint golden pool that emitted a tremendous life force that refreshed one's mind. This. Lying on Night Spirit's back, Suzimo could not help but ask with widened eyes, a primordial divine spring? Prior to this, his dragon true body had told the Green Lotus true body about everything in the Dragon Bone Valley. The Green Lotus true body knew a little about the description of the primordial divine spring. The pool before him was extremely similar to the primordial divine spring described by his dragon true body. Of course, it did not seem as mystical and powerful as his dragon true body claimed. Night Spirit nodded. It's the primordial divine spring. However, this spring water is stagnant and its effects are average. It's far inferior to a primordial divine spring that flows. Suzimo was enlightened. The primordial divine spring of the Dragon Bone Valley was dark gold and incomparably pure. The eye of the divine spring surged constantly and the life essence was massive and rich. However, this divine spring did not flow, the water was dead and stagnant. As time passed by, its effect would naturally worsen. Of course, even if the water was stagnant, this was still a primordial divine spring. It was definitely a rare treasure. This primordial divine spring was definitely related to why the metal-devouring Gu possessed such strong regeneration capabilities. Let's go. Night Spirit said, with this primordial divine spring, our injuries will heal quickly. Chapter 1131 Rebirth of the Lotus Platform. Chapter 1131 Rebirth of the Lotus Platform. Night Spirit carried Suzimo on his back and leaped into the divine spring. The spring water was not deep and barely reached their chests as the two of them sat inside. The moment Suzimo entered the divine spring, he could clearly sense that it contained an extremely rich life force. The spring water wrapped around his body and endless life essence washed over his wounds. Faint golden light specks that could be seen with the naked eye fused into Suzimo's flesh like little fairies, healing his wounds gradually. The pain in his body decreased significantly. Suzimo narrowed his eyes and moaned in comfort. Even a divine spring without a spring source had such an effect. It was no wonder why the dragon true body was able to be saved by the primordial divine spring despite having its life force severed from the tremendous power of a half-martial ancestor. Without the divine spring, the injuries to the Green Lotus true body would probably take years or even decades to recover. With the primordial divine spring, the healing speed of his wounds increased greatly. He might recover within half a month. This was truly a pleasant surprise. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. With a splash, Night Spirit stood up from the pool and left the divine spring. His injuries weren't too serious. Coupled with his physique's regeneration capabilities, his injuries were mostly healed with the help of the divine spring. Although he could recover faster if he continued healing in the divine spring, Night Spirit left ahead of time. This divine spring didn't have a spring source. It was a pool of stagnant water. That meant that the life force in the divine spring would not increase, it would only decrease as it was drained. Night Spirit's actions were only to let Suzimo absorb more of the life force in the divine spring. Suzimo glanced at Night Spirit and nodded. He could tell Night Spirit's intentions. As time passed, Suzimo's injuries healed bit by bit. On the 10th day, the biggest wound on his chest had already healed. His chest was as smooth as jade without any scars. Over the past few days, Night Spirit did not go too far and stayed by Suzimo's side. Suzimo stretched his muscles and felt that his body was fine and had recovered. Just as he was about to get up, he frowned. He sensed carefully and a strange look flashed through his eyes. His injuries had already healed. However, for some reason, the life force in the divine spring continued to surge into his body, fusing into his flesh and bones. How could this be? Suzimo frowned in thought. Could there still be hidden injuries in his green lotus true body? In the divine spring, crystalline points of light surged into Suzimo's body through his pores. Many points of light surged into his consciousness and landed on the bare green lotus platform. Suzimo's eyes lit up. Could it be? He suddenly thought of a possibility as his heart began beating rapidly. On the surface, his body was no longer injured. However, his green lotus true body was constructed using the shattered stems and leaves of the creation green lotus as foundation. In other words, the primordial divine spring was repairing the green lotus true body. Suzimo only had a vague guess as to what kind of changes this would bring to the green lotus true body. He was not certain. He took a deep breath and continued staying in the spring. He calmed his mind and constantly absorbed the rich life force in the divine spring. Time flowed on. Another 10 days passed. While there seemed to be no changes to his green lotus true body, his body and bones emitted rich vitality. His flesh and blood became even more crystalline as his vitality surged. The bloodline of his green lotus true body was also gradually strengthening. Although it could not compare to his dragon true body, it was much stronger than before. Furthermore, the regeneration capabilities of the green lotus true body had increased significantly after he soaked in the primordial divine spring. Of course, the greatest changes weren't to his green lotus true body. It was the creation lotus platform in Suzimo's sea of consciousness. The creation lotus platform was bare without a single petal on it after the explosive strike of the half-martial ancestor. However, at that moment, the edge of the lotus platform produced spots of emerald green. One ring after another spread out as they silently grew. In the blink of an eye, a full month had passed since Suzimo entered the divine spring. The originally pale golden spring water became so clear that one could see the bottom. The rich life force from before had completely vanished. This pool of divine spring water had already become the most ordinary spring water. To be precise, the life force in that divine spring had been completely absorbed by the green lotus true body with nothing left behind. The changes that these life essences brought to the green lotus true body were obvious. Suzimo suddenly opened his eyes and his gaze intensified. It was as though two rays of light were shooting out before they quickly retracted. He slowly got up. His glabella opened as a green lotus platform slowly appeared. On the lotus platform, there was a flower bud stained with dew. It was emerald green and crystalline, blooming slowly with immense life force emitted. One lotus petal after another bloomed as light spread out and immortal aura rose. An essence soul was sitting there, his black hair dancing. On this lotus platform were 6 circles and 54 lotus petals. Although the creation green lotus that once pierced heaven and earth and shone with life had been destroyed, this grade 6 creation lotus platform had regained its vitality and recover. After he lost the creation green lotus, Suzimo did not have a destiny dharmic weapon. Now that the creation lotus platform had been reborn, there was no need to refine it. There was an extremely intimate connection between the two of them to begin with. This was his destiny dharmic weapon. Delighted, Suzimo retracted the grade 6 creation lotus platform. What truly delighted him wasn't the rebirth of the Creation Lotus platform. It was because he saw a possibility through this opportunity, the possibility of the Creation Green Lotus being reborn. Under normal circumstances, there was no way a grade 6 Creation Green Lotus that was destroyed by a half-martial ancestor and had its stem and leaves forged into a body could recover. But now, the Creation Lotus platform had been reborn. At the same time, this body was formed using the lotus stem and leaves. In other words, if there was enough life force to constantly nourish this body, the lotus stem and leaves could be reborn as well. This green lotus true body was in fact another form of rebirth for the Creation Green Lotus. Of course, this was only Su Zimo's guess. To verify this guess, one needed to have a spring source and a flowing primordial divine spring that constantly nourished the green lotus true body to succeed. As for the Creation Green Lotus, once it was reborn using the Green Lotus true body, it would mean that Su Zimo would become a humanoid Creation Green Lotus that could constantly raise its grade 7 and 8. Or even grade 9. At that time, who could threaten this Green Lotus true body? At the thought of this, Su Zimo's heart burned. Of course, reaching this step was just too difficult. Firstly, this was only his guess. Secondly, the primordial divine spring was too difficult to find. It was almost extinct. Even if there was, it would definitely be guarded by a huge faction, like the primordial divine spring in the Dragonbone Valley. Su Zimo even considered the possibility of attempting a swap deception with his dragon true body. He would have the Green Lotus true body infiltrate the Dragonbone Valley and enter the primordial divine spring. But that was almost impossible. Notwithstanding the fact that there was no way his dragon true body could leave the Dragonbone Valley. The sea of bones in the outer perimeter of the Dragonbone Valley alone made it impossible for the Green Lotus true body to pass. There were many experts in the dragon race. The moment his Green Lotus true body entered, he would be recognized instantly since there was an immensely great difference in bloodline. When that happened, it would be self-defeating. Chapter 1132, GU Sect Disaster. Chapter 1132, GU Sect Disaster. In his consciousness, the black-haired essence spirit sat on the Creation Lotus platform. With its life force regained, the Lotus platform spewed green beams of light and nourished the essence spirit constantly. Su Zimo's heart stirred. He suddenly realized that his essence spirit had already cultivated to the late-stage void reversion realm within a month. Previously, his attention was focused on the Creation Lotus platform and Green Lotus true body, and he did not pay attention to his cultivation. It was only now that he realized that he had unknowingly broken through a realm. Of course, this was something that happened naturally. When he left Dragon Burial Valley, his cultivation realm was already at the peak of the void reversion realm. He was only missing an opportunity to break through to the next realm. This divine spring was the opportunity. At the late-stage void reversion realm, the power of his essence spirit increased exponentially. The dharmic powers that he could mobilize increased as well. Coupled with the rebirth of the Creation Lotus platform and the strengthening of the Green Lotus true body, Su Zimo's combat strength increased exponentially. This trip to GU Sect was a blessing in disguise. In reality, if not for the fact that the divine spring was hidden underground and shrouded by the miasma above, it would have been discovered long ago and he would not have had a chance. Just as Su Zimo was about to leave, his heart skipped a beat. There still seems to be some life beneath the ground. After his cultivation breakthrough, Su Zimo was much more sensitive to his surroundings. The underground passage extended in all directions and he could vaguely sense some life force coming from the depths of the passageways. The two of them exchanged glances and followed the aura into the depths of the passageways. After walking for a while, they arrived at the end of a passageway and a huge cave appeared before them. There were more than 10,000 cocoon-shaped cages in the cave. Among them, most of the cages only had skeletons left. In some of the cages, there were remains of rotting flesh. There were only dozens of cages with figures within. Although those cultivators were still alive, their auras were weak and their faces were yellow. This is... Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He could sense that the cultivation of those cultivators were not low, they were all at the Dharma characteristic realm. Although those Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were weak, they did not seem to be controlled by GU worms. Those Dharma characteristic Tao Lords had numb expressions and dull gazes. When they saw Su Zimo and Night Spirit enter, their eyes did not waver. After a long time, one of the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords opened his mouth slightly and struggled to stand up. Who are you guys? The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's voice was hoarse and trembled slightly. Who are you? Actually, Su Zimo already had a vague guess. However, he still asked. I'm a great GU master of GU sect, Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm. Although the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord looked skinny and unkempt, he still sounded prideful when he said the word GU master. Xiaoning had once told Su Zimo that in the ancient era, GU techniques were a cultivation technique and were not evil. The initial creation of the GU technique was to save people. If you guys aren't from GU sect, why are you here? Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm asked again. Su Zimo still did not reply and asked instead, do you know about the metal-devouring GU outside? At the mention of the metal-devouring GU, Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm's expression suddenly turned conflicted. A hint of anger, killing intent, hatred, helplessness and many other emotions flashed through his eyes. The other cultivators who were still alive moved their stiff bodies and looked over instinctively. He was originally the sect master of GU sect. Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm's voice was deep as he recounted everything that happened in GU sect. The origin of this change in GU sect came from the sect master. Although the sect master of GU sect was a conjoint body mighty figure, he had been stuck at the conjoint body realm for more than 10,000 years without any breakthroughs. Seeing that he was already in his later years and had no hope of reaching the Mahayana realm in this lifetime, the sect master of GU sect was indignant and harbored evil thoughts. He began to use the secret skills of GU sect to nurture some ancient extinct GU worms. Among them was the metal-devouring GU. As time passed, the metal-devouring GU became stronger. The sect master of GU sect wanted to refine the metal-devouring GU as his destiny GU and fuse it into his body to increase his combat strength and lifespan. However, the metal-devouring GU was one of the top 10 ancient GU worms and had already gained sentience. It was not easy to control. During the refinement process, the metal-devouring GU counterattacked. In the end, the sect master of GU sect succeeded and indeed refined the metal-devouring GU, fusing with it. His combat strength and lifespan increased exponentially. However, at the same time, the essence spirit and consciousness of the sect master of GU sect fused with the metal-devouring GU and his personality changed drastically. To be precise, the metal-devouring GU that died in Night Spirit's hands was both the sect master of GU sect and the metal-devouring GU. In the consciousness of the metal-devouring GU, it naturally wanted to nurture as many GU worms as possible. However, the sect master of GU sect knew that this matter was extremely dangerous and could bring calamity and chaos to the sect. The two consciousnesses continued to fight, but in the end, the metal-devouring GU's consciousness gained the upper hand. From then on, GU sect changed. Some conjoint body realm GU masters who sensed the abnormality of GU sect's sect master were also killed mercilessly. Most of the GU masters in the sect became vessels for nurturing GU worms. Perhaps it was because of the sect master of GU sect's consciousness, some of the remaining GU masters were imprisoned in this cave and were not killed. They were lucky to survive this calamity. Even so, they lost their freedoms. Among them, many GU masters died after expending their lifespans. The only things left of them were bones or corpses. Only Dharma characteristic Tao Lords with lifespans of 10,000 years could last till now. When he heard that, Su Zimo felt emotional. Who would have thought that a single mistake from the sect master of GU sect would cause this sect that had been passed down for countless years to suffer such a calamity? One of the 5 heretical doctrines, GU sect, was truly dead. Su Zimo sighed softly and shot out a few sword chi from his fingertips, shattering the cages and releasing the remaining dozens of GU masters. Although these GU masters were Dharma characteristic Tao Lords, Most of them were already in their later years. Some of them were already at the end of their lifespans and did not have many years left. These GU masters had been imprisoned here for thousands of years. Now that they suddenly regained their freedom, there was no joy. They were stunned and could not recover from the shock. That metal-devouring GU is dead. Suzimo still said it. When they heard this news, the GU master's eyes started to ripple. Suzimo took a deep breath of air and recounted the calamity of the witch GU in the North region in a simple manner. I've already burned down the entire GU sect. You guys can leave now. Take care from now on. With that said, he turned to leave with Night Spirit. These dozens of GU masters were the only ones left in GU sect. The GU technique itself was not wrong. These GU masters were also innocent. Suzimo did not kill them all. This could be considered as retaining the legacy of GU techniques. Thank you, benefactor. Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm could sense the pity in Suzimo's tone. Due to the massive change in GU sect coupled with his newfound freedom, in a moment of emotion, he knelt on the ground and cried. The remaining GU masters knelt one after another. May I know your Tao title, benefactor? Tao Lord Heavenly Silkworm asked hurriedly when he saw that Suzimo was about to leave. Desolate Marshal. A long time later, a voice sounded from afar. When everyone looked up again, Suzimo and the other person had already disappeared. Chapter 1133, Extinct Race. Chapter 1133, Extinct Race. Suzimo looked at the corpse of the metal-devouring GU and mulled for a moment before waving his sleeves to put it away. Although the metal-devouring GU was dead and its blood chi was drained, its body was still extremely strong. For example, the front claws of the metal-devouring GU were rare divine weapons even without refinement. A month passed. The miasma in that area had already dissipated. Most of it was incinerated by the Samadhi Dao fire. The 10,000 GU swamp was now a thing of the past and GU worms would no longer trouble the North region. Suzimo and Night Spirit returned. Although Suzimo was curious and confused about the taboo mentioned by the metal-devouring GU, he did not take the initiative to ask. He respected Night Spirit. If Night Spirit did not say anything, he would not take the initiative to ask. Before long, Night Spirit chose to bring it up. Actually, my memories are incomplete as well. He hesitated for a moment. However, I know that in the primordial era, the extinction of my race was closely related to the primordial 9 races. When I see the Rakshasa, god and witch race beings, hatred and killing intent will arise in the depths of my memories. It's the hatred of them exterminating my race. Night Spirit's gaze was cold and his tone was sinister. At the mention of the Rakshasa, god and witch race, the killing intent he exuded made even Suzimo's heart skip a beat. However, immediately after, Night Spirit's eyes revealed a hint of sadness as he murmured softly, I can sense that my clansmen are all dead. My father and mother are also dead. I no longer have any clansmen in this world. Others might not be able to understand Night Spirit's loneliness. Suzimo did not dare to imagine how tragic it would be if he was the only human left in Tianhuang mainland. He might not be able to withstand it and break down completely. Night Spirit had always been cold to others and it was rare to see such complicated emotions from him. Suzimo patted him on the shoulder and consoled him softly, perhaps you no longer have any blood-related clansmen by your side. However, you still have us. Monkey, the spirit tiger and all of us, we're your brothers. That's right. Night Spirit nodded. I still have you guys. That's the reason why I don't dare to expose my race and reveal my true form to others. My enemies are the Rakshasa, god and witch race. There might even be others as well. He did not continue. However, Suzimo could tell that Night Spirit was worried about implicating them. We're sworn brothers. Suzimo's gaze was resolute as he smiled. Even if your enemies are the Rakshasa, god and witch race, we will stand by your side even against the primordial 9 races. Even if the entire world is your enemy, we will fight alongside you. Clenching his fists tightly, Night Spirit pursed his lips and nodded heavily. Although he had become sworn brothers with Su Zimo and the others all these years, he was worried about personal gains and losses and was mentally stressed. He loved spending time with Su Zimo and the others. However, he was worried that he would bring disaster to his brothers. After untying the knot in his heart, Night Spirit was much more spirited. Now that the Gu worm trouble was resolved, the two of them headed towards Great Dew, chatting and laughing. There was no need to hurry. A month ago, the North region was met with the Gu worm calamity and was lifeless. Corpses that were harmed by the Gu worms could be seen everywhere. But now, along the way, the two of them could clearly sense that the North region was gradually recovering its vitality. Everything was starting to get better. When they passed by a city, the two of them even bumped into cultivators of the Great Dew who were here to cast a rain spell to release a divine rain that could resolve the Gu worm calamity. It's all thanks to Xiaoning this time round. When he saw that, Su Zimo could not help but smile. Yes. Night Spirit nodded. Xiaoning has saved countless people over the years. Oh. Su Zimo glanced sideways and asked curiously, by the way, how did you guys survive the past 100 years? It had been more than 100 years since they parted ways in Myriad Phenomenon City. All these years, Xiaoning had not returned to the Middle Continent. That was the reason why Su Zimo did not see Xiaoning and Night Spirit when he reunited with Little Fatty, Leng Ru, and the others at the Thousand Crane Tea Party 10 years ago. Night Spirit replied, "She's been saving people." Saving people? Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. Night Spirit said, "She paid her respects to Su Hong. After leaving Pingyang Town, she roamed the North region. Every time she passed by a place, she would settle down temporarily and try her best to treat the patients there. Given her status as a disciple of Elixir Yang sect and the legacy of Elixir Pool sect, it's naturally not difficult for her to treat mortals. Her rescue deeds went on for more than 100 years. Over the years, we traveled to countless places and lost count of how many mortals she saved." Night Spirit recounted everything with a calm tone. However, Su Zimo's heart ached when he heard that. Su Hong's death had an even greater impact on Xiaoning than he had imagined. Xiaoning did not manage to save Su Hong in time. In fact, she did not even manage to be by his side before he died. This was a regret that she could not let go. For the past 100 years, Xiaoning had been saving people. This was also a form of salvation for her. In reality, the mortals that Xiaoning saved were merely a reflection of Su Hong. She was using this method to make up for her regrets. Su Hong's death did not only affect Xiaoning but Su Zimo as well. To be precise, the reason why Su Zimo wanted to establish his Dao and allow everyone to cultivate and become an immortal was because he could not do anything when he saw Su Hong grow old. He had never thought about saving the masses. All he wanted was for the people around him to live well. If possible, he wanted to give everyone a chance. A chance for them to change their fates. Finally, Night Spirit smiled with a look of admiration. In the cultivation world, you might be famous for your desolate martial title. However, Xiaoning is much more famous than you among the mortals of the North region. It was also thankful that Xiaoning intervened for the calamity of the witch Gu this time round. Otherwise, who knows how much of a catastrophe it would have caused. Su Zimo lamented as well. If there was truly any merit in this world, this was supreme merit. The Buddhist sutras said that saving a life was better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Xiaoning's merit was immeasurable. Right then, a gigantic ancient city appeared before them. The city was bustling with people and carriages. In a corner of the city, a group of people were gathered. In the middle was an old man in a long robe with a scholarly crown on his head. He had a rosy complexion and was leaning against a chair. The old man pressed his left hand against a wooden block and waved his folding fan with his right. He spoke with a fluent voice and the surrounding mortals were entranced. When Su Zimo caught sight of the old man, he could not help but exclaim softly, "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.